Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what if stories, and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Adam's family adopted a Harry Potter before Hogwarts and Dumbledore panicked? If you enjoy big magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1. The Boy Hidden in the Cupboard. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of dust and spiders and something older, something like forgotten hope. Harry Potter pressed his small body against the wall, knees tucked to his chest, arms wrapped around his shins. The darkness was complete here. No light slipped through the cracks because Uncle Vernon had sealed them months ago with thick gray tape. No sound escaped either, except for the boy's own breathing. His left eye was swollen nearly shut. His ribs ached with every inhale. And somewhere upstairs, the heavy footsteps of Vernon Dursley still thundered across the ceiling like approaching thunder. Useless! Vernon had growled an hour ago, his purple face inches from Harry's. Absolutely useless, boy. Can't do anything right, can you? Can't even boil water without making a disaster. Harry hadn't made a disaster. He'd followed every instruction perfectly: fill the kettle, light the stove, wait for the whistle. But Dudley had shoved him from behind. The kettle had fallen. Boiling water had splashed across the tile floor, not on anyone, thank God, not on anyone. But Vernon hadn't wanted to hear that. Dudley never got blamed. Dudley never got locked in cupboards. Dudley never went to bed without dinner, without water, without the small flashlight Harry kept hidden beneath a loose floorboard just to remind himself that light still existed somewhere. The beating hadn't been the worst one. That was what scared Harry most. He could remember worse. The time Uncle Vernon had thrown him down the stairs when he was 6, the time Aunt Petunia had smashed a frying pan against the back of his head when he was 8, the time Dudley and his gang had held him down and punched him until his vision went gray. This was just Tuesday. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold wood of the cupboard door. His glasses were cracked, the left lens spiderwebbed from where Vernon's fist had connected, but he could still see well enough to make out the shapes of his few possessions. A broken toy soldier Dudley had thrown away. A pillowcase stuffed with old newspapers for warmth. A photograph he'd found in the trash once, his parents waving at a camera, their faces blurred but alive. He didn't remember them. He only remembered the dream: green light, a high cold laugh, a woman's scream. And the pain in his forehead. The scar that always hurt when he thought about it too long. Freak! Harry whispered to himself, because that was what they called him, and maybe they were right. Freaks deserved cupboards. Freaks deserved to be locked away where decent people couldn't see them. His fingers traced the raised lines of the scar beneath his messy black hair. Lightning-shaped. Ugly. Proof that something was wrong with him. Things happened when Harry got upset. Strange things. Things he couldn't explain. Last year, when Aunt Petunia had tried to cut all his hair off as punishment, it had grown back overnight. When Dudley had chased him through the schoolyard, Harry had somehow ended up on the roof. When Uncle Vernon had grabbed his arm too hard last month, the glass in the kitchen windows had shattered. All of them. Every single pane. Vernon had blamed faulty installation. Petunia had blamed the neighborhood kids. But Harry had seen the way they looked at him afterward, the fear underneath the anger, and he'd understood something terrible. Even the Dursleys were afraid of him. And if they were afraid, the people who were supposed to take care of him, what did that make him? Monster. Freak. Wrong. Harry closed his eyes and tried to breathe through the pain in his ribs. Maybe if he slept, the night would pass faster. Maybe tomorrow would be better. It never was, but maybe. The footsteps above him stopped. Harry held his breath. Heavy silence filled the house. Number 4, Privet Drive. The most normal house on the most normal street in Surrey. Neat lawn. Clean windows. Car in the driveway. No one would ever guess that a boy lived in the cupboard, that a boy cried himself to sleep here, that a boy sometimes wished. Don't think it. But the thought came anyway, crawling through the darkness like the spiders that sometimes touched his face in the night. He wished someone would come. Anyone. Even a monster. Even a ghost. Even something worse than the Dursleys. Because at least then he wouldn't be alone. The walls of the cupboard seemed to press closer. Harry's scar burned. And somewhere far away, across gardens and streets and towns and the entire country of England, something heard him. Underscore 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 underscore. The Addams family did not believe in normal vacations. Gomez Addams stood at the window of the small, dreadfully cheerful bed and breakfast in Surrey, his mustache twitching with barely concealed disappointment. The room was decorated in floral patterns, florals, of all things, with lace doilies on every surface and a painting of a smiling kitten above the bed. "A kitten, Morticia," he said, his voice dripping with theatrical horror. "A smiling kitten." His wife glided up beside him, her black dress trailing across the floral carpet like a shadow given form. Morticia Addams studied the painting with her dark, calm eyes, her long black hair falling like silk curtains around her pale face. "It's smiling because it knows something we don't," she said softly. "Something dark and terrible about this place." Gomez brightened immediately. "You think so?" "I feel it in the wallpaper." Morticia pressed one elegant finger against the floral pattern. "There's misery beneath this cheerfulness. Desperation. A family pretending to be happy while something rots beneath the surface. I knew I married the right woman." Gomez seized her hand and kissed it passionately, working his way up her arm. "Cara mia, even in a place called Privet Drive, you find the darkness. Mom, Dad, please stop." Wednesday Addams sat cross-legged on the floor, her braids hanging perfectly straight on either side of her expressionless face. She was burning the plastic flowers from the bedside vase with a small lighter she'd found in Gomez's coat pocket. The smell of melting synthetic petals filled the air. "We're supposed to be finding Pugsley. Where is your brother?" Morticia asked, not looking away from her husband's adoring gaze. "Torturing the gardener's gnomes." Wednesday watched the plastic petals curl and blacken. "They scream nicely." From somewhere outside, a high-pitched shrieking echoed across the perfectly manicured lawn. "That's my boy." Gomez sighed with paternal pride. The door to the room creaked open, and Lurch filled the frame, 7 feet of silent, pale, remarkably strong butler. He grunted once, the sound like distant thunder. "Lurch says there's something interesting in the neighborhood," Wednesday translated. She'd learned to understand his grunts years ago. "Something sad?" Gomez's expression shifted. The theatrical darkness faded, replaced by something sharper, more focused. "What kind of sad?" Lurch grunted again, a low, mournful sound. "A child," Wednesday said quietly. "A child locked in a dark place." The burning plastic dropped from her fingers. For a moment, no one spoke. The Addams family loved many things. Pain. Suffering. The beautiful darkness that lingered in forgotten corners of the world. But there was one thing they could not tolerate, one sin that went beyond their usual appreciation for misery. They could not stand the suffering of children. "Where?" Morticia's voice was soft, but something dangerous flickered behind her eyes. Lurch pointed through the window, past the hedges and fences and neat little houses, toward a street called Privet Drive. Underscore 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 underscore. The screaming started around midnight. Harry sat up so fast his head slammed against the cupboard ceiling. Pain exploded through his skull, but he barely noticed because the screaming wasn't coming from outside, it was coming from inside him. No. Not screaming. Something else. The scar on his forehead burned like someone had pressed a hot iron against his skin. Harry pressed both hands over it, biting his lip to keep from crying out. If the Dursleys heard him, if he woke them up. But the pain was getting worse. And with the pain came images. Flashes of green light. A high, cold laugh. A snake's eyes, red and slitted and hungry. And somewhere beneath all of it, a voice whispering words he couldn't quite understand. Harry Potter! He clamped his hands over his ears, but the voice was inside his head. The boy who lived! The boy who should have died! No! Harry whispered. No, go away! Please! Please go away! The cupboard walls seemed to pulse. The air grew thick and heavy. Something was happening, something worse than accidental magic, something deeper, and Harry couldn't stop it. Heat built in his chest like a furnace. The light in the room, what little light there was, began to flicker. And then Harry heard another voice. Not the cold one from his nightmares. Not the whispering snake voice. This was someone else entirely. A girl's voice. Flat. Monotone. Completely without fear. Interesting. Harry's eyes snapped open. He was still in the cupboard. Still alone. Still locked in darkness. But for just a moment, one impossible moment, he could have sworn he saw two dark eyes watching him through the wall. The pain in his scar exploded. Harry screamed. Underscore 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 underscore. Wednesday Addams did not sneak. Sneaking implied fear of being caught, and Wednesday feared nothing, not her parents, not her teachers, not the things that lived under her bed, she'd befriended them years ago. So when she slipped out of the bed and breakfast at 1 in the morning, she didn't creep. She walked. Slowly. Deliberately. Her black dress blending with the shadows. Privet Drive was disgustingly normal. Every house looked exactly the same. Every lawn was trimmed to the same height. Every car in every driveway was spotless and boring. The street lamps cast orange light across the pavement, and somewhere in the distance, a dog barked nervously. Wednesday stopped in front of number 4. Something was wrong here. She could feel it the way other people felt temperature changes. A shift in the atmosphere, a wrongness beneath the pleasant surface. The house looked normal. Clean curtains. Brass knocker. A small garden with flowers that were trying very hard to be cheerful. But the air around the house tasted like fear. Wednesday circled to the back, stepping over a fence with practiced ease. Her boots made no sound on the grass. The backyard was just as boring as the front, a swing set, a barbecue grill, a small shed. No. Not a shed. Wednesday approached the back door of the house and pressed her ear against the wood. Inside she could hear breathing. Heavy, wet, the breathing of someone in pain. She looked down. There was a small gap beneath the door. Not large enough for an adult. Not even large enough for most children. But Wednesday was small for her age, and she'd spent years learning how to fit into spaces where she didn't belong. She lay flat on the cold ground and peered through the gap. Darkness. But not complete darkness. A small sliver of light came from somewhere inside. The crack of a poorly sealed cupboard door beneath the stairs. Wednesday watched. And then she saw him. A boy. Thin. Bruised. His messy black hair stuck up in every direction, and his glasses were cracked and crooked on his face. He was curled in a ball on what looked like a pile of old newspapers, his small body shaking. But it was his eyes that made Wednesday pause. Even through the darkness, even through the gap, she could see them. Green. Bright. Terribly, impossibly alive. The boy was in pain. The boy was locked in a cupboard. The boy was crying silently, tears slipping down his cheeks, and he was trying so hard not to make a sound. Wednesday Addams had never cried in her life. She'd seen her brother. Pugsley break both arms falling off the roof. She'd watched her mother give birth to their youngest sibling without flinching. She'd dissected a frog in biology class and kept the heart beating in a jar for 3 days. But something about this boy, this broken, bruised, silent boy in the darkness, made her chest feel tight. She watched for 10 more minutes. She watched him press his hand over his scar when it burned. She watched him mouth words she couldn't hear, prayers, maybe, or please. She watched him curl tighter when heavy footsteps passed above him, as if he was used to being stepped on. And then Wednesday stood up. Her face revealed nothing. Her dark eyes showed no emotion. But her small hands had curled into fists, and her jaw was set in a way that would have made Morticia proud. She walked back to the bed and breakfast with the same deliberate pace. She climbed the stairs. She opened the door to the family's room, where Gomez was sharpening a collection of antique daggers and Morticia was reading a book called Poison Gardens of the 16th Century. "Mama," Wednesday said. Morticia looked up. "There's a boy in a cupboard on Privet Drive." Gomez's dagger paused mid-stroke. "He's being kept there," Wednesday continued in the same flat voice. "He's being hurt. He's very sad." She paused, searching for words she rarely used. I think he needs us." The room fell silent. Then Morticia closed her book with a soft thud. "Gomez, dear," she said, "I believe our vacation has taken an unexpected turn." Gomez Addams rose to his feet, his dark eyes blazing with something that looked like joy but felt like righteous fury. He kissed his wife's hand, then his daughter's forehead, then began pacing the room with manic energy. "A boy in a cupboard," he said. "A child in pain. Locked away like a forgotten treasure." He laughed, a wild, delighted sound. "Morticia, do you know what this means?" "I believe I do. We've found him." Gomez stopped pacing and spread his arms wide. "The one we've been waiting for. The broken thing that needs our kind of family." "Don't call him a thing, Gomez." You're right. He pressed his fingers together, thinking rapidly. "Wednesday, describe him." Wednesday closed her eyes, replaying the image behind her eyelids. Small. Thin. Black hair. Green eyes behind broken glasses. Bruises on his arms, old and new. A scar on his forehead. She opened her eyes. Lightning-shaped. Gomez and Morticia exchanged a glance. "Lightning-shaped," Morticia repeated softly. "Interesting," Gomez said. "There's something else." Wednesday's voice dropped even lower. "He has magic. I could feel it, wild, untamed, leaking out of him like blood from a wound. He doesn't know how to control it. No one's teaching him." "Someone should," Morticia murmured. "Someone will." Gomez pulled out his pocket watch, an antique thing covered in cobwebs and strange engravings. "Tomorrow, Morticia. Tomorrow we pay a visit to number 4, Privet Drive. We should bring a gift," Morticia said thoughtfully. "Something to commemorate the occasion." "I was thinking the same thing." Gomez smiled, a smile that would have made most people cross the street to avoid him. "Wednesday, what does a lonely boy locked in a cupboard need most?" Wednesday considered the question for a long moment. "A friend," she said finally. "Someone who isn't afraid of the dark." "Then tomorrow," Gomez said, "we become that friend." Underscore 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 underscore. Back in the cupboard, Harry Potter dreamed of green eyes watching him through the darkness. Not the snake eyes from his nightmare. Different eyes. Human eyes. Dark and depthless and strangely kind? No, not kind. Kind wasn't the right word. They were curious. Intense. The eyes of someone who saw him, really saw him, and didn't look away. The eyes blinked once. And then a voice, flat and motionless, the voice of a girl, whispered through his dream. "I'll be back." Harry woke up with the taste of hope on his tongue. It was the most terrifying thing he'd ever felt. Underscore 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 underscore. The next morning, Uncle Vernon found Harry's cupboard door slightly ajar. Not open, just ajar. A crack of light slipping through the darkness. Vernon's face turned purple. He yanked Harry out by the arm, shaking him like a rag doll, demanding to know how the door had come unlatched. Harry didn't know. He hadn't touched the lock. But as Vernon threw him back into the cupboard and slammed the door shut, Harry could have sworn he heard soft footsteps retreating through the kitchen. Not the Dursleys' footsteps. Someone else's. Someone who had come in the night. Someone who had seen him. And for the first time in his young life, Harry Potter didn't feel alone. He felt watched. And somehow, impossibly, that felt like safety. His scar throbbed once, a dull ache behind his eyes. Somewhere in the distance, a girl with dark braids and darker eyes smiled for the first time in weeks. The Addams family had found their newest project. And Privet Drive would never be the same. Chapter 2, Wednesday hears the screams. The moon hung low over Privet Drive like a judgment. Wednesday Addams had not slept. She lay perfectly still in the floral nightmare of the bed and breakfast, her dark eyes fixed on the ceiling, her mind replaying what she had seen beneath the stairs. The boy's green eyes. The way he'd curled his small body into a ball, as if he'd learned long ago that taking up less space meant fewer blows. At exactly 2 a.m, she rose. Her boots made no sound on the creaking floorboards. She had learned that trick years ago, trailing her mother through the Addams mansion's haunted corridors. Morticia had taught her that silence wasn't about being quiet, it was about moving with the house, becoming part of its breathing. Wednesday was very good at becoming part of things. She slipped out the window instead of using the door. The drop was 2 stories, but she landed in a rose bush, the thorny kind, the kind that made normal children cry. Wednesday simply brushed the thorns from her dress and continued walking. Privet Drive was asleep. Every window was dark. Every curtain was drawn. The street lamps hummed with artificial light, casting long shadows that Wednesday absorbed like a second skin. She reached number 4 in 7 minutes. This time, she didn't go to the back door. She went to the window. The living room window faced the street, and through the gap in the curtains, Wednesday could see the cupboard door beneath the stairs. Closed. Locked. Sealed with gray tape that looked fresh, newer than yesterday. They had reinforced it. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but her fingers curled against the glass. She circled the house again, slower this time, studying every possible entrance. The front door had 3 locks, ordinary ones, easy to pick. The back door had 2. The windows on the ground floor were sealed with cheap aluminum locks that would snap under pressure. But Wednesday didn't need to enter. She needed to listen. She pressed her ear against the wall directly above the cupboard. The brick was cold against her skin. For a long moment she heard nothing, just the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the house settling, the distant sound of a man snoring in the master bedroom. And then, a breath. Small. Shallow. Carefully controlled, as if the person making it was terrified of being heard. Wednesday closed her eyes. She could picture him down there. The boy with the green eyes. The boy with the scar. He was awake. Of course he was awake. Children like him didn't sleep. They waited. They listened. They counted the footsteps above them and prayed that this time, the footsteps would pass them by. Another sound. Not a breath this time. A whimper. So soft that anyone else would have missed it. So soft that it might have been the wind, or a mouse, or the house settling again. But Wednesday heard it for what it was. A child crying without tears. Because tears made noise. Noise attracted attention. Attention led to pain. Wednesday had read about this in books. The psychology of abused children, the survival mechanisms they developed. But reading about it and hearing it were different. Reading about it was academic. Hearing it was. She didn't have a word for what it was. Wednesday Addams prided herself on having a word for everything. She pressed her palm flat against the brick. I hear you, she whispered. The whimpering stopped. For 5 heartbeats, there was nothing. No sound at all. Even the house seemed to hold its breath. Then, a small voice. Muffled by walls and tape and darkness, but unmistakably there. Who's there? Wednesday's heart did something strange. It skipped. Not from fear. Wednesday didn't feel fear, but from something else. Something she couldn't name. Someone who heard you screaming, she said. I wasn't screaming. You were screaming inside. That's the only kind that matters. Silence. Then, are you real? The question broke something in Wednesday's chest. Not her heart, she didn't believe in that kind of sentimentality, but something deeper. Something older. Something that had been asleep since the day she was born. I'm real, she said. My name is Wednesday. That's a strange name. So is Harry. Another pause. Wednesday could hear him shifting inside the cupboard, the rustle of newspapers, the soft clink of what might have been a belt buckle. You know my name? I know a lot of things. Are you like me? Wednesday considered the question. I don't know what you are. I'm a freak. The words came out fast, practiced, as if he'd said them 1,000 times before. That's what they call me. A freak. Because strange things happen when I'm around. Because I'm not normal. Normal is boring. Tell that to my aunt and uncle. Tell me instead. Wednesday sat down against the wall, her back pressed against the brick, her legs stretched out on the grass. She didn't care that she was getting her dress dirty. Tell me what strange things happen. Harry was quiet for so long that Wednesday thought he'd fallen asleep. But then his voice came again, quieter this time, more hesitant. Things break. When I get upset. Glass. Furniture. One time, my aunt tried to cut my hair, and it grew back overnight. Another time, I got locked in the school supply closet, and the door just opened. By itself. Were you scared? I'm always scared. Of the strange things? Of what they mean? His voice cracked. What if I'm really a monster? What if that's why my parents left me? What if your parents didn't leave you? The words came out sharper than Wednesday intended. She heard Harry flinch on the other side of the wall, the small intake of breath, the rustle of newspapers as he pulled back. How do you know? Because I checked, Wednesday thought. Because after I saw you last night, I went back to the bed and breakfast and searched every magical record my family owns. Because I found a newspaper clipping from 1981, yellowed and brittle, that said James and Lily Potter died protecting their son. But she didn't say any of that. Because parents who leave don't die trying to get back, she said instead. And yours died trying to get back to you. The silence that followed was different from the others. It wasn't the silence of fear or hiding. It was the silence of a small boy processing something he had never been told before. Wednesday waited. You know about my parents? I know about a lot of things. Who are you? His voice was stronger now. Not loud, never loud, but less like a whisper and more like a question. Really? Who are you? Wednesday Addams looked up at the moon. I'm the person who's going to get you out of here, she said. Harry laughed. It was not a happy laugh. It was the laugh of someone who had learned, through years of disappointment, that hope was just another word for pain. No one gets out, he said. I've been here my whole life. This is where I belong. No. Wednesday's voice was flat, absolute, the voice of someone who had never been wrong in her life. This is where they put you. There's a difference. What's the difference? One is a choice. The other is a cage. She stood up, brushing grass from her dress. Wednesday? Harry's voice floated through the wall, small and uncertain. Are you leaving? For now. Will you come back? Do you want me to? Another pause. Wednesday imagined him in there, small and bruised and alone, weighing the risk of hope against the safety of despair. Yes, he whispered finally. Please. Wednesday pressed her palm against the wall one last time. Then I'll be back tomorrow night. Try to sleep, Harry. You'll need your strength. I don't know how to sleep anymore. Then just close your eyes and pretend. She stepped back from the wall. Sometimes pretending is the first step to believing. She walked away without looking back. But she heard him, just before she turned the corner. Wednesday? Yes? Thank you. She didn't respond. She didn't know how. The bed and breakfast was silent when Wednesday climbed back through the window. The floral wallpaper seemed to watch her as she crossed the room, but she ignored it. She sat on the edge of her bed and stared at the wall. Her mother's voice came from the darkness. You found him again. Morticia Addams sat in the corner chair, her pale face illuminated by moonlight. She wasn't wearing her usual nightgown. She was fully dressed, as if she'd been waiting. The boy in the cupboard, Wednesday said. He's been there his whole life. They lock him in. They hurt him. They tell him he's a freak. And what do you think? Wednesday looked down at her hands. Small hands. Pale hands. Hands that had never known hunger or fear or the cold loneliness of a cupboard beneath the stairs. I think he's the bravest person I've ever met, she said quietly. And I've met a lot of people. Morticia rose from the chair and glided across the room. She sat beside her daughter close enough that their shoulders touched. Tell me about his eyes. Wednesday closed her own eyes. Green. Bright. Even in the darkness, they were bright. Like he hasn't given up yet. Like some small part of him still believes someone will come. Does he? I don't know. I think he wants to. But he's been hurt too many times. Morticia placed a hand on Wednesday's braided head. When I was young, she said softly, my mother told me something I never forgot. She said that the Addams family exists to collect the broken things the world throws away. Not to fix them, but to show them that broken doesn't mean worthless. Wednesday opened her eyes. That boy isn't broken, she said. He's buried. There's a difference. Then perhaps it's time someone dug him up. Morticia kissed her daughter's forehead and stood. Sleep, Wednesday. Tomorrow, we visit Privet Drive properly. Your father is already preparing the paperwork. Paperwork? We're going to adopt him. Wednesday stared at her mother. You can't just adopt someone. He has relatives. Relatives who lock him in a cupboard. Morticia's voice was silk wrapped around steel. Relatives who beat him. Relatives who tell him he's a freak. She smiled, a thin, dangerous smile. In the eyes of the law, that's not a family. That's a crime scene. The Dursleys won't give him up. They won't have a choice. Morticia glided toward the door. The Addams family has been collecting children for centuries, my darling. We know exactly how to make the system work for us. She paused at the threshold. Now sleep. Tomorrow will be eventful. The door closed. Wednesday lay back on her bed and stared at the ceiling. For the first time in her life, she smiled. Not because she was happy. Wednesday didn't do happy. But because tomorrow she would see the boy with the green eyes again. And this time, she wouldn't leave without him. The next morning, Harry Potter woke to shouting. Not unusual. There was always shouting in the Dursley household. What was unusual was the quality of the shouting. Vernon wasn't angry. Vernon was scared. Don't know who they are, Petunia, but they're not normal. Of course they're not normal. Look at them. Look at the way they're dressed. And that car, Vernon, did you see the car? It's a hearse, Petunia. A hearse. Who drives a hearse to a neighborhood like this? Harry pressed his ear against the cupboard door. Through the cracks, He could hear muffled voices coming from the living room, strange voices, low and melodic and completely unlike the high-pitched hysteria of his aunt and uncle. "There's something wrong with them," Petunia hissed. "I can feel it. They're not right." The woman asked about children, Petunia. Children? Why would anyone ask about children unless they were? Don't say it, Vernon. Social services. Harry's heart stopped. Social services. Someone had come. Someone had come for him. No, that wasn't right. No one ever came for him. The teachers at school had stopped asking about his bruises years ago. The neighbors had stopped wondering why they never saw him outside. Even the mailman had stopped looking twice at the small, thin boy who never seemed to grow. But someone was here now. Someone was asking about children. Harry's hands shook as he pressed them against the cupboard door. The bell rang. Vernon's footsteps thundered toward the door. Harry heard him pause, heard him take a deep breath, heard him smooth down his shirt, heard him practice his normal voice. "Hello? Welcome to number 4, Privet Drive. How can I?" The door opened. And Harry heard a voice that would change his life forever. "Good morning." The voice was deep, theatrical, delighted. "Gomez Addams at your service. This is my wife, Morticia. And our delightful daughter, Wednesday. We're so sorry to drop by unannounced, but we're new to the neighborhood, and we simply had to meet our neighbors." Vernon made a sound like a dying walrus. That is, we don't usually. We brought gifts." The man's voice, Gomez, dropped conspiratorially. "Morticia, the gifts." A woman's voice, low and smooth like honey poured over ice. "Of course, darling. Wednesday, present the basket." Silence. Then a girl's voice. Flat. Monotone. Completely without warmth. "It's fruit. Not poisoned. Wednesday." The woman chided gently. "We talked about this. I'm being honest. Honesty is not the same as hospitality." "Then I'll be hospitable." A pause. "The fruit is not poisoned. Enjoy." Harry's breath caught. Wednesday. The girl from last night. She was here. In the house. On the other side of the door. "Please." Petunia's voice was high and strained. "Please come in. Sit down. Can I get you some tea? We'd love some." Morticia's voice floated through the cupboard door like smoke. "Though I should warn you, we take our tea with a pinch of arsenic. Family tradition." Another silence. Harry could picture his aunt's face, white, frozen, the smile cracking at the edges. "Arsenic," Petunia repeated weakly. "For the flavor." You can't be serious." "Can't we?" The living room door closed, muffling the conversation. Harry pressed harder against the cupboard, straining to hear. "Looking for a house in the area?" "Not a house, no." Gomez's voice was warm and terrible. "A child." "A child? We've heard there's a boy in the neighborhood. Small. Thin. Dark hair. Lives with relatives who don't appreciate him. That doesn't sound like anyone we." "His name is Harry." The silence that followed was absolute. Harry stopped breathing. "They say he lives in a cupboard." Wednesday's voice cut through the stillness. "They say his relatives lock him in at night. They say he's never had a birthday party. Or a Christmas present or anyone who loved him." That's not." Petunia's voice cracked. "Who told you these lies?" "No one told us." Wednesday's voice was cold. "I saw him myself. Last night. Through the crack in the cupboard door. He has green eyes," Morticia added softly. "Beautiful eyes. The kind of eyes that have seen too much and still refuse to close." "Get out." Vernon's voice was suddenly loud, blustering, full of forced anger. "Get out of my house right now. I don't know who you are or what you want, but you're not going to." "Vernon." Gomez's voice hadn't changed, still warm, still theatrical, but something beneath it had shifted. Something sharp. "Vernon. You don't want to do that." Do what? Raise your voice at my wife. I'll raise my voice at anyone I please in my own. I wouldn't. The air changed. Harry felt it even through the cupboard door, a pressure shift, like the moment before a storm. The temperature dropped. The lights flickered. And when Gomez Addams spoke again, his voice was silk wrapped around a blade. We know about the cupboard, Mr. Dursley. We know about the beatings. We know about the name-calling. We know about every bruise on that boy's body, and we know who put them there. You can't prove. We can prove everything. Morticia's voice was calm, almost bored. We have photographs. Witness statements. Medical records you didn't even know existed. The question isn't whether we can prove it. The question is whether you want to explain it to the authorities. Authorities? Vernon laughed, a nervous, desperate sound. What authorities? This is my house. That's my nephew. I can do whatever I want with. A child is not a possession. The words weren't loud. They weren't shouted. They were simply stated. As fact. As law. As something that had been true since the beginning of time and would remain true until the end of it. Morticia Addams had spoken. And for the first time in his life, Vernon Dursley had nothing to say. Harry heard his aunt burst into tears. He heard his uncle stammer something about misunderstandings and good intentions and children who needed discipline. He heard Wednesday yawn. And then, footsteps. Coming toward the cupboard. Harry scrambled backward, pressing himself against the wall, but the footsteps stopped in front of the door. Knock. 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 3 small knocks. Harry? Wednesday's voice, muffled but clear. Are you in there? He couldn't speak. His throat was closed. His hands were shaking. Harry, I know you can hear me. I want you to know something. A pause. You're not alone anymore. The tape on the cupboard door began to peel. Not from the outside, from the inside. The gray strips curled and lifted, as if pushed by an invisible hand. The lock clicked. The door swung open. And Wednesday Addams stood in the hallway, her dark eyes staring directly into his. She was smaller than he'd expected. Not much older than him. Her face was pale and expressionless, her braids perfectly straight, her black dress pristine despite the morning light. But her eyes were exactly the same as they'd been in his dream. Dark. Depthless. Curious. And behind her, a man with a mustache and wild eyes, grinning like he just found buried treasure. A woman with flowing black hair and a smile that promised both comfort and doom. They were looking at him. Not through him. Not past him. At him. Like he mattered. Like he was real. Harry opened his mouth to speak. No words came. So Wednesday spoke for him. Papa, she said, without looking away from Harry's face. This is him. This is the boy from the cupboard. Gomez Addams dropped to one knee, bringing himself to Harry's eye level. Hello, Harry, he said softly. We've been looking for you. And Harry Potter, who had never been looked for, who had never been wanted, who had never been anything but a burden and a freak and a boy in a cupboard, burst into tears. Not silent tears. Not hidden tears. Loud, ugly, desperate tears that shook his whole body. Wednesday Addams watched him cry. And then, very slowly, she reached out and took his hand. His fingers were cold. Hers were colder. But somehow, holding them together made both of them warmer. Don't cry, she said. You're getting out of here. Today. How do you know? Harry choked. Wednesday squeezed his hand. Because I said so. And for reasons Harry couldn't explain, reasons that had nothing to do with logic or evidence, or the long history of disappointment that had shaped his entire life, he believed her. The Dursleys stood frozen in the living room doorway, watching the scene unfold. Petunia's face was white. Vernon's was purple. Dudley, who had been hiding behind the sofa, peeked out with wide, terrified eyes. But none of them moved. None of them spoke. Because Wednesday Addams was staring at them now, and her dark eyes held a promise that needed no words. If you touch him again, I will end you. The Dursleys understood. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter understood something too. He was not alone. Someone had heard him. Someone had come. Someone was going to take him away from the cupboard forever. The scar on his forehead pulsed once, a warm feeling, not a painful one, and Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Wednesday was still there. Still holding his hand. Still watching him with those dark, curious eyes. Ready? She asked. Harry looked past her, at the open door, at the sunlight streaming into a hallway, at the world he'd only ever seen through cracks and gaps and small, stolen moments. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about the bruises. He thought about the years of whispering to himself in the dark that someone, somewhere, must love him even if he couldn't feel it. Ready, he said. Wednesday almost smiled. Almost. But for her, that was everything. Chapter 3 The Dursleys Meet the Addamses. The living room of number 4, Privet Drive had never seen anything like the scene unfolding within its walls. Harry sat on the sofa, the one he'd never been allowed to touch, the one Aunt Petunia dusted twice a day and covered with plastic sheeting when guests came over. His bare feet dangled above the floor, and his cracked glasses sat crooked on his nose, and his entire body trembled like a leaf in a storm. But he wasn't in the cupboard. He wasn't in the cupboard. Wednesday Addams sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. She didn't look at him. Her dark eyes were fixed on the adults, but her hand remained on the sofa cushion between them, palm up, an invitation Harry hadn't yet found the courage to take. Gomez Addams paced the room like a caged tiger. His velvet suit was deep purple, almost black, and his mustache twitched with barely contained energy. Every few seconds he stopped to examine something, a porcelain figurine, a framed photograph, the television remote, and made a small sound of disgust before continuing his circuit. Morticia Addams sat in Aunt Petunia's favorite armchair, her long legs crossed elegantly, her hands folded in her lap. She looked like a queen slumming in a peasant's hovel, completely out of place and utterly unbothered by it. The Dursleys huddled together by the fireplace. Vernon's face had progressed from purple to a sort of mottled magenta. His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides, and his small eyes darted between the strangers like a cornered animal looking for escape. Petunia had stopped crying. Her face was now the color of old cheese, and her thin fingers twisted the fabric of her floral dress into knots. She kept opening her mouth to speak, then closing it again, as if the words she wanted to say were too dangerous to release. Dudley had not moved from behind the sofa. His fat face was pale, and for once, he wasn't demanding food or attention or anything at all. He just stared at Wednesday, with the wide, frozen stare of prey recognizing a predator. The silence stretched. Vernon broke first. Right, he said, loud and blustering, trying to reclaim control of a situation that had clearly slipped through his fingers. Right then. You've seen the boy. He's fine. Bit of a liar, always has been, always making up stories about. Stories? Gomez stopped pacing. His voice was soft. Dangerous. What kind of stories? About bruises. And the cupboard. And Vernon waved a meaty hand dismissively. Nonsense. All nonsense. The boy has an overactive imagination. We've given him everything. Food, shelter, clothing. Where is his bed? I beg your pardon? Morticia uncrossed her legs and leaned forward slightly. Her dark eyes pinned Vernon to the spot. You said you've given him shelter? Where, precisely, does he sleep? The second bedroom. Of course. Where else would he? The cupboard under the stairs is empty, Wednesday said without looking away from Vernon's face. I checked this morning. The lock is new. The tape is fresh. There are newspapers inside, flattened for padding. But no bed. No mattress. No blankets. Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish. We were remodeling. The newspapers are dated 1988, Wednesday continued. That's 5 years ago. You've been remodeling for 5 years? Now listen here, you little. Vernon. Petunia's voice was high and thin. Vernon, please. Her husband turned to her, and something passed between them, a silent acknowledgement that the lies weren't working, that these people knew more than they should, that the carefully constructed normalcy of Privet Drive was crumbling around their ears. Morticia rose from the chair. She moved like smoke, slow, deliberate, impossible to track. One moment she was sitting, the next, she was standing in front of the cupboard door, running one pale finger along the gray tape. Harry, she said softly. Come here, please. Harry looked at Wednesday. Wednesday nodded. He slid off the sofa and walked across the room on legs that felt like jelly. The carpet was soft beneath his bare feet. He never walked on this carpet before, never been allowed past the kitchen and the cupboard and the small patch of garden where Uncle Vernon made him pull weeds. When he reached Morticia, she knelt down so her face was level with his. Up close, she was even more beautiful than he'd first thought. Pale skin, dark hair, eyes that held centuries of secrets and sorrows and something else, something that looked almost like recognition. May I? She asked, reaching toward his face. Harry didn't know what she was asking for, but he nodded anyway. Morticia's fingers were cool against his skin. She turned his face gently to the left, then the right, examining the bruises on his cheekbone, the swelling around his eye, the small cut on his lip that hadn't quite healed. How old is this one? She asked, touching the bruise on his jaw. 3 days, Harry whispered. And this? Her fingers brushed his ribs through his too large shirt. Harry flinched before he could stop himself. Yesterday. Did they take you to a doctor? No. Did they give you medicine? No. Did they apologize? Harry almost laughed. No. Morticia's eyes darkened, not with anger, exactly, but with something older and colder. The kind of cold that froze oceans and turned mountains to dust. Thank you, Harry, she said. You've been very brave. She stood and turned to face the Dursleys. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, Morticia said, her voice calm and conversational. I am going to ask you a question, and I want you to think very carefully before you answer. Vernon puffed out his chest. Now see here, we don't have to. How long has Harry been sleeping in the cupboard? Silence. Was it since he arrived? Since he was a baby? A toddler? A small child learning to walk and talk and trust that the people caring for him would protect him? Petunia made a sound like a wounded animal. How long? Morticia repeated. 10 years, Wednesday said. Everyone turned to look at her. The newspapers, she explained, still staring at Vernon. The oldest one I found was from November 1983. Harry was born in July 1980. That means he was 3 years old when they started using old newspapers for padding. She tilted her head. But the lock on the cupboard door was installed earlier. I could see the old screw holes. So he was probably locked in before he was 3. Possibly before he was 2. Vernon's face went from magenta to white. That's speculation. She's right, Harry said. His own voice surprised him. It came out stronger than he expected, not loud, not angry, just certain. Harry looked at the Dursleys. At the aunt and uncle who had raised him. At the cousin who had beaten him. At the house that had been his prison for as long as he could remember. I was 2, he said. Maybe younger. I don't remember ever not being in the cupboard. I don't remember ever having a real bed. He touched his scar. I don't remember my parents. Petunia burst into tears. Real tears this time, not the manipulative kind, but the ugly kind, the kind that came from a place she'd buried so deep she'd forgotten it existed. Lily, she sobbed. Lily, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know what else to do. He was so strange, so abnormal, and I couldn't. You couldn't what? Gomez asked softly. Love him? Protect him? Treat him like a human being? He's not human. Petunia's voice rose to a shriek. He's one of them. A freak. A witch. The word hung in the air like a curse. Wednesday's eyebrows rose slightly, the most expression she'd shown all day. Gomez and Morticia exchanged a look. And Harry felt something crack open inside his chest. They knew. They knew about the strange things. The glass breaking. The hair growing back. The doors opening by themselves. They knew, and they'd used it against him, called him a freak, made him feel like a monster. But the Addamses weren't looking at him like he was a monster. They were looking at him like he was something precious. Which is the wrong term, Morticia said calmly. Wizard is more accurate. But the sentiment is the same. She turned to Petunia. You hated him because he was different. I didn't hate him. You locked him in a cupboard. For his own protection. From what? Petunia's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. From the strange things she wanted to say. From the glass that shattered when he cried. From the hair that grew back when she cut it. From the snakes that appeared in his crib when he was a baby, coiled around his small body like guardians. But she couldn't say that. Because saying that meant admitting that Harry wasn't the problem. The problem was the world that had failed him. I want to adopt him. Gomez said it casually, the way someone might say they wanted a cup of tea or a walk in the park. He pulled a roll of parchment from his jacket pocket, yellowed, ancient, covered in seals and ribbons and writing that seemed to move when Harry looked at it. This is a provisional adoption contract, Gomez explained. It's been in my family for 3 centuries. It's recognized by every magical and non-magical authority in Europe, and most of the ones in Asia and the Americas. You can't just... Vernon sputtered. Actually, I can. Gomez unrolled the parchment and placed it on the coffee table. According to British law, a child can be removed from a home if there's evidence of neglect or abuse. According to magical law, a child can be adopted by any family willing to provide adequate care and protection. And according to Addams' family tradition, he smiled. We take what we want. This is insane. Vernon's voice was rising again. You're insane. All of you. Coming into my house, making accusations, trying to steal my nephew. Your nephew? Wednesday's voice cut through his bluster like a knife. You mean the boy you locked in a cupboard? The boy you beat? The boy you called a freak? She stood up from the sofa. You don't deserve to call him anything. Wednesday. Morticia's voice was gentle but firm. She's right, Harry said. Everyone turned to look at him. Harry Potter stood in the middle of the living room, small and thin and bruised, wearing clothes that didn't fit and glasses that were cracked and an expression that had no business being on a 10-year-old's face. He looked at Vernon. At Petunia. At Dudley, still hiding behind the sofa. You never wanted me, he said. You took me in because you had to. Because someone made you. And you've been punishing me for it ever since. Petunia's sobs grew louder. I don't know why you hate me, Harry continued. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't even know if I did anything wrong. But I know I don't want to stay here anymore. He turned to Gomez. You said you want to adopt me? Gomez nodded slowly. I did. Will I have to sleep in a cupboard? The question broke something in the room. Morticia's composure cracked, just slightly, just for a moment, and her hand rose to cover her mouth. Gomez's eyes glistened. Wednesday looked away. No, Harry, Gomez said, his voice rougher than before. You will never sleep in a cupboard again. You will have a room. A real room. With a bed and blankets and windows that open to the sky. Will you hurt me? Never. Will you call me a freak? Only if you want us to, Wednesday said. Harry looked at her. She wasn't joking. He could see it in her eyes, the same flat honesty, the same refusal to pretend. She was offering him something rare. Something real. A family that would accept him exactly as he was. Freak and all. Okay, Harry said. The room exploded. Vernon roared. Petunia shrieked. Dudley finally emerged from behind the sofa, his face red with confused anger. "You can't do this!" Vernon shouted, advancing on Gomez with his fists raised. "This is my house. My family. That boy belongs to—" The word died in his throat, because Lurch had appeared in the doorway. No one had heard him arrive. No one had seen him open the front door. He was simply there, 7 feet of silent, pale, terrifying butler, and he was holding a briefcase. Gomez clicked his fingers. Lurch crossed the room in 3 strides and placed the briefcase on the coffee table beside the adoption contract. He opened it with a soft click. Inside were documents. Dozens of them. Hundreds of them. Photographs of the cupboard. Medical records from Harry's primary school. Statements from teachers who had noticed the bruises and done nothing. Neighbors who had heard the screaming and looked away. Social workers who had visited and accepted the Dursleys' lies. And at the bottom of the briefcase, wrapped in plastic, a lock of Harry's hair. Petunia's face went gray. "We've been gathering evidence for 3 days," Morticia said softly. "Wednesday began the night she found Harry. She hasn't slept since." You can't." Petunia's voice was barely a whisper. "We can," Gomez said. "And we will. Unless you agree to sign over guardianship willingly. Sign over. You want us to just give him to you. I want you to do the right thing for once in your miserable lives." Vernon lunged. He was a large man, broad and heavy and used to intimidating people with his size. But Gomez Addams moved like water, flowing around the attack and catching Vernon's wrist in a grip that seemed impossible for someone of his slender build. "I wouldn't," Gomez said pleasantly. Vernon tried to pull away. Gomez held firm. "Thing," he said. A hand appeared on the coffee table. Just a hand. Severed at the wrist. Scampering across the documents on its fingers like a spider. Harry stared. The hand picked up a pen and held it out to Vernon. What is that?" Dudley shrieked from behind the sofa. "That's Thing," Wednesday said. "He's family." The hand, Thing, waggled its fingers impatiently. Vernon looked like he was going to be sick. "Sign the papers," Gomez said, still holding Vernon's wrist, "or we go to court. And when we go to court, I will personally ensure that every single document in that briefcase is entered into evidence. Your neighbors will testify. Your colleagues will be interviewed. Your precious reputation," he smiled, "will be destroyed. You wouldn't. Wouldn't I?" Vernon looked at Petunia. Petunia looked at the documents. The photographs. The medical records. The lock of Harry's hair. She thought about the scandal. About what the neighbors would say. About what her sister would think, if her sister were still alive, if her sister could see what she'd done to her son. Petunia Dursley had spent her whole life pretending to be normal. And now, in front of her, was the end of pretending. "Sign," she whispered. Vernon stared at her. "Petunia." "Sign the papers, Vernon." "But—" "Sign them before I change my mind." Vernon's face crumpled. For a moment, just a moment, Harry almost felt sorry for him. Then he remembered the cupboard. The beatings. The years of being told he was worthless. The feeling disappeared. Vernon took the pen from Thing's fingers. His hand shook as he signed his name on the parchment. Petunia signed next, her signature barely legible through her tears. Gomez released Vernon's wrist. He picked up the adoption contract and read it carefully, nodding at each clause. "Witnesses," he said. "I'll witness," Morticia said. "As will I." Wednesday stepped forward and signed her name beside her mother's. Her handwriting was small and precise and completely without flourish. "One more," Gomez said. "Standard requirement. Lurch." The butler grunted and pressed his thumb to the parchment. Where he touched, the paper smoked slightly, leaving a blackened print. Gomez rolled up the contract and tucked it back into his jacket. "It's done," he said. Harry didn't feel different. He expected to feel different, lighter, maybe, or freer. But he just felt numb. Like the past 10 years had been a dream he was only now waking from. Harry. He looked up at Morticia. She knelt down again, taking both his hands in hers. You are not a freak, she said. You are not a burden. You are not a mistake. You are a boy who survived something terrible, and now you will learn what it means to be loved. Harry's eyes filled with tears. But I don't know how, he whispered. I don't know how to be loved. Then we'll teach you. Morticia stood and held out her hand. Harry took it. His fingers were cold. Hers were warm. For the first time in his life, warm. Pack your things, Gomez said, clapping his hands together. We leave within the hour. I don't have things, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. I have a pillowcase. And a broken soldier. And a photograph of my parents. He touched his chest. That's all. Wednesday's expression didn't change. But she took his hand. And she didn't let go. The Dursleys watched from the window as the Addamses led Harry to the car. The car was a hearse. Of course it was a hearse. It was black and sleek and older than the house, with curtains in the windows and something that might have been a coffin in the back. Gomez opened the door with a flourish, and Morticia glided inside like she was born to sit in funeral cars. Wednesday climbed in next. Then Harry. He sat between Wednesday and the window, his small body swallowed by the leather seat, his hands gripping his knees like he was afraid he might float away. Lurch took the driver's seat. The engine rumbled to life, a deep, throaty sound that vibrated through Harry's bones. Gomez leaned out the window and waved at the Dursleys. Ta-ta, he called. Lovely meeting you. Do right. The hearse pulled away from number 4, Privet Drive. Harry watched the house shrink. In the window. The neat lawn. The clean curtains. The brass knocker. The cupboard beneath the stairs. He thought about all the nights he'd spent in that darkness, listening to the Dursleys laugh and eat and live their lives without him. He thought about all the mornings he'd woken up sore and hungry and afraid. He thought about all the birthdays that had passed without celebration, all the Christmases without presents, all the years without anyone who cared. The house disappeared around the corner. Harry exhaled. He didn't know where he was going. He didn't know what waited for him. He didn't know if the Addamses were truly kind or if this was just another trick, another way to hurt him, another disappointment waiting to happen. But Wednesday's hand was still in his. And her eyes were still watching him. And when she spoke, her voice was the same flat monotone it had always been. Welcome to the family, Harry. The hearse drove on. Behind them, Privet Drive faded into memory. Ahead of them, a mansion. Secrets. Magic. A family unlike any other. And the beginning of a story that would change everything. Harry closed his eyes. For the first time in 10 years, he slept without dreaming of cupboards. Chapter 4. Harry leaves Privet Drive forever. The hearse smelled like old wood and older flowers and something else, something sweet and dark, like chocolate left too long in the sun. Harry breathed it in as the car pulled away from Privet Drive, his small body pressed against the leather seat, his fingers still intertwined with Wednesday's. He didn't let go. Neither did she. Gomez sat across from them in the backward-facing seat, his legs crossed, his dark eyes dancing with barely contained excitement. Morticia sat beside him, her long fingers tracing patterns on his knee, hearts and skulls and something that might have been a noose. The streets of Surrey rolled past the windows. Neat houses. Neat lawns. Neat people walking neat dogs on neat leashes. None of them looked at the hearse. None of them looked at Harry. He was already forgotten. The thought should have hurt. Instead, it felt like the first clean breath he'd ever taken. Hungry? Morticia asked. Harry shook his head. When did you last eat? He tried to remember. Breakfast? No, he hadn't been allowed breakfast. Yesterday's dinner? He dropped his plate when Dudley shoved him. Uncle Vernon had sent him to the cupboard without food. Yesterday, he said finally. Lunch. Morticia's expression didn't change, but something in the air shifted. The temperature dropped. The shadows in the corners of the hearse grew deeper. Gomez reached into his jacket and produced a small parcel wrapped in black paper. He handed it to Harry without a word. Harry unwrapped it carefully, slowly, because the paper was beautiful, covered in silver skulls and dancing skeletons. Inside was a sandwich. Not a normal sandwich. The bread was black, and the filling looked suspiciously like something that might have crawled out of a grave, but it smelled amazing. "What is it?" he asked. "Squid ink bread with roasted beetle chutney," Gomez said cheerfully. "Family recipe. Wednesday's favorite." Harry looked at Wednesday. She nodded once. He took a bite. The flavors exploded across his tongue, salty and sweet and strangely familiar, like a memory he'd never lived. He chewed slowly, savoring every crumb, and tried not to cry. It was the first meal anyone had ever given him. Not thrown at him. Not left on a plate for him to find. Not scraped from the Dursleys' leftovers after they'd finished eating. Given. Like he mattered. "Thank you," he whispered. Gomez waved a hand. "No thanks necessary. You're family now. Family feeds family." Harry didn't understand. He didn't understand any of this. The kindness, the warmth, the way the Addamses looked at him like he belonged. But he didn't question it. He was too afraid the answer would ruin everything. The hearse drove on. The mansion appeared on the horizon like a fever dream. Harry pressed his face against the window, his breath fogging the glass. The house, if it could be called a house, rose from the hills like a black jewel, all spires and gargoyles and windows that seemed to watch him as they approached. Iron gates swung open without anyone touching them. A gravel driveway crunched beneath the hearse's wheels. Ancient trees lined the path, their branches twisted into shapes that looked almost human. "This is where you live," Harry breathed. "The family estate," Morticia said. "It's been in Gomez's family for 12 generations. Before that, it belonged to the land itself. It's—" Harry searched for the right word. "Big." Wednesday made a sound that might have been a laugh. "That's one word for it." The hearse stopped at the front door. The front door was enormous, black oak, studded with iron, carved with scenes of battles and funerals and things Harry couldn't quite identify. It swung open before anyone could knock, revealing a hallway that stretched into darkness. Lurch grunted and disappeared inside. Gomez leaped out of the hearse and offered his hand to Morticia, who descended like a queen stepping onto a battlefield. Wednesday followed, pulling Harry behind her. His bare feet touched the gravel. The stones were cold and sharp, but Harry barely noticed. He was staring at the house, at the towers and turrets, at the windows that flickered with green light, at the garden that seemed to writhe with things that shouldn't move. "Come," Morticia said. "We'll show you to your room." The inside of the mansion was even stranger than the outside. Harry followed the Addamses through hallways lined with portraits that watched him, whispered to each other, pointed bony fingers at his scar. Suits of armor stood in corners, their helmets turning to track his movement. A chandelier made of human bones hung in the foyer, and the stairs creaked in ways that sounded like words. "This is the library," Gomez said, gesturing to a room filled with books that flew off the shelves and reshelved themselves. "This is the ballroom. This is the dungeon. Don't go there without supervision, the troll gets lonely." "Troll?" Harry's voice squeaked. "Grandmama's pet. He's harmless, mostly." Mostly. They passed a door that screamed when Harry walked by. They passed a window that showed a forest instead of the garden outside. They passed a mirror that showed Harry his own reflection, except his reflection was smiling, and Harry was fairly certain he wasn't. "Your room," Morticia said finally, stopping in front of a door at the end of a long corridor. The door was black, like all the others, but it had Harry's name carved into the wood. Not Harry Potter. Just Harry. As if that was enough. "Go on," Wednesday said. Harry pushed the door open. The room was perfect. Not perfect like the Dursleys' house, clean and sterile and empty. Perfect like something out of a dream. The walls were deep green, the color of forest shadows. A four-poster bed stood in the center, draped in velvet curtains the color of spilled wine. A fireplace crackled in the corner, even though no one had lit it. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with books that looked old and valuable, and one of them was floating. Harry stared. The book, a thick volume bound in what looked like leather but probably wasn't, drifted across the room and hovered in front of his face. The cover read, "A Beginner's Guide to Not Dying in This House." "Helpful," Wednesday said from behind him. "I read it when I was 3. Harry turned in a slow circle, taking it all in. The bed had blankets. Multiple blankets. Soft ones, the kind that would keep him warm on cold nights. The window looked out over the garden, and even in the fading light, Harry could see flowers that glowed and trees that swayed without wind and a pond that seemed to breathe. Did you do all this?" he asked. "For me?" Morticia glided into the room and sat on the edge of the bed. "We've been preparing for your arrival since Wednesday found you. The room was already here. It belonged to Gomez's great-uncle Fester when he was a boy. But we added the books. The blankets. A small creature scuttled across the floor. Harry jumped. The creature was a hand. Just a hand. The same hand from the Dursleys' living room. It scampered up the bedpost and waved at him with its fingers. "Thing will be staying in your room for the first few nights," Morticia explained. "To help you adjust. He's very good at listening." Thing gave a thumbs up. Harry looked at Wednesday. "Does everything in this house move?" "Not everything." A pause. "Some things slither." The first night was the hardest. Harry lay in the four-poster bed, surrounded by blankets he didn't deserve, in a room that felt too big and too kind and too much like hope. Things sat on the nightstand keeping watch. The fire crackled. The window showed stars he'd never seen before, constellations that moved and shifted and whispered secrets he couldn't quite hear. He should have been happy. He was terrified. Because kindness, in Harry's experience, always came with a price. The Dursleys had taught him that. Every gift was a trap. Every soft word was a prelude to something harder. Every moment of peace was borrowed time before the storm. He lay perfectly still, waiting for the storm. It didn't come. Instead, a knock. Soft. 3 taps. "Harry?" Wednesday's voice muffled through the door. "Come in." The door opened. Wednesday stood in the doorway in a black nightgown, her braids undone, her hair falling around her shoulders like dark water. She was holding a knife. Harry blinked. "Why do you have a knife?" "In case something tried to kill you in your sleep." "Something?" "The house gets jealous of new people sometimes." She walked to the bed and sat on the edge, placing the knife on the nightstand beside Thing. "But I told it to behave." "You told the house?" "Addams' houses listen." She pulled her knees to her chest and looked at him with those dark, depthless eyes. "Can't sleep?" "Can't stop waiting." "Waiting for what?" Harry tried to find the words. "For this to end. For you to leave. For someone to tell me it was all a joke and put me back in the cupboard." Wednesday was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "When I was 4, I tried to bury Pugsley alive." Harry stared at her. "It was an experiment," she continued. "I wanted to see how long he could hold his breath. He lasted 7 minutes. Mother was proud. Father said I had initiative. That's..." Harry didn't know what that was. Horrifying? Yes. But also honest. Wednesday tilted her head. "I'm telling you this because I want you to understand something. The Addams family is not normal. We are not kind in the way other people are kind. We do not love in the way other people love." Harry's chest tightened. "So you don't?" "I didn't say that." Wednesday's voice was still flat, but something beneath it shifted. "We love fiercely. Completely. Sometimes fatally. But we don't pretend. We don't lie. And we don't put children in cupboards." She reached out and took his hand. "You asked if I would leave?" "I won't." "You asked if this was a joke?" It's not. You asked if someone would put you back. She squeezed. No one will ever put you back. Because you're not a thing to be stored. You're a person. And persons belong in rooms, not cupboards. Harry's eyes burned. He didn't cry. He was too tired for tears. But something inside him cracked open, something he'd sealed shut years ago, something that had been waiting for a key. Wednesday? Yes? Can you stay? Just until I fall asleep? Wednesday Addams, who had never stayed anywhere she didn't want to, who had never done anything just because someone asked, who valued her independence above all else, pulled back the covers and climbed into the bed beside him. Don't tell anyone, she said. I won't. Especially Pugsley. He'll never let me live it down. Harry smiled. It was a small smile. Fragile. The smile of someone who had forgotten how. But it was real. And when he closed his eyes, with Wednesday's cold fingers still wrapped around his and Thing's quiet presence on the nightstand and the fire crackling in the hearth, he didn't dream of cupboards. He dreamed of gardens filled with glowing flowers. Morning came with screaming. Harry bolted upright, reaching for his glasses, heart pounding. Wednesday was already out of bed, knife in hand, standing between him and the door. Relax, she said. It's just Pugsley. The door burst open. A boy tumbled into the room, round and pale and wearing what looked like a medieval torture device as a hat. He was laughing, which was strange, because something was attached to his back. Something with teeth. Wednesday! The boy shouted. Wednesday, the Griffins escaped again! The thing on his back, Griffin, apparently, snapped its beak and dug its claws deeper into his shoulders. Pugsley didn't seem to mind. He was still laughing. Pugsley! Wednesday's voice was ice. You're bleeding. It's fine. It's fine. Mother said breakfast is ready and she wants to introduce Harry to everyone, and also Grandmama's new potion exploded in the kitchen so there might be frogs. Harry stared. The Griffin stared back. It was small, the size of a large cat, with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. Its eyes were golden and intelligent, and it regarded Harry with what looked like curiosity. Does that happen often? Harry asked. The escaping? Daily, Wednesday said. She walked to Pugsley and grabbed the Griffin by the scruff of its neck. It hissed but didn't bite. Pugsley, this is Harry. Harry, this is my brother, Pugsley. He's an idiot. Nice to meet you. Pugsley beamed, apparently unfazed by the insult. Are you really the boy from the cupboard? Wednesday told me about you. She never tells me about anything. You must be special. Harry didn't feel special. But Wednesday was looking at him with something that might have been expectation, so he swung his legs out of bed and stood up. I'm Harry, he said. Pugsley's smile widened. Welcome to the family. Breakfast was chaos. Harry sat at a long wooden table in a kitchen that looked like something out of a fairy tale, if fairy tales had cauldrons bubbling in the corners and plants that snapped at anyone who walked too close. The table was set for 8, though Harry could only count 5 people: Gomez, Morticia, Wednesday, Pugsley, and an old woman with wild gray hair and mismatched eyes who kept stirring a pot of something that smelled like flowers and gasoline. Grandmama, Morticia said. This is Harry. The old woman, Grandmama, cackled. I know who he is. Been seeing him in my crystal ball for weeks. Boy's got power. Old power. The kind that doesn't come from wands or books. She peered at him with her mismatched eyes, one blue, one brown, and nodded. He'll do. He'll do for what? Harry asked nervously. Family, Grandmama said, as if that explained everything. Breakfast was served. Harry's plate appeared in front of him, heaped with food he couldn't identify but smelled incredible. There was something that looked like eggs but were purple, something that looked like bacon but moved slightly, and a drink that shimmered like liquid starlight. Eat, Morticia said. You need to regain your strength. Harry ate. And ate. And ate. He didn't know he could eat that much. The food tasted like nothing he'd ever experienced. rich and strange and wonderful. Every bite made him feel stronger, warmer, more real. Wednesday watched him from across the table, her own plate untouched. She wasn't eating. She was studying him, the way she'd studied him in the cupboard, the way she studied everything, like she was trying to solve a puzzle no one else could see. What? Harry asked. Self-conscious. You eat like you're afraid the food will disappear. Because I am. The table went quiet. Gomez set down his fork. Harry, he said gently, I need you to understand something. In this house, there will always be food. Always. You will never go hungry again. Do you understand? Harry nodded, but he didn't believe it. Not yet. Trust took time. And Harry's trust had been broken long before he learned to walk. After breakfast, Pugsley grabbed Harry's hand and dragged him outside. Come on. Come on. I want to show you the cemetery. Cemetery? Harry's voice cracked. The family cemetery. Everyone's buried there. It's brilliant. Harry looked back at the house, at Wednesday standing in the doorway, watching. She didn't follow. But she didn't stop him either. The cemetery was behind the mansion, hidden by a wall of ancient yew trees. The gates were iron and rusted, and they swung open with a groan that sounded almost welcoming. Inside, headstones stretched as far as Harry could see. Some were old, so old the names had weathered away. Some were new, the stones still sharp and clean. Flowers grew between the graves, black roses, white lilies, something that looked like lavender but smelled like smoke. This is the Addams family, Pugsley said proudly. All of them. Going back hundreds of years. Harry walked slowly between the graves, reading names he couldn't pronounce and dates that spanned centuries. Here lay someone who had died in 1683. Here, someone who had died in 1901. Here, a grave marked only with a question mark. Pugsley chattered beside him, telling stories about ancestors who had been pirates and poisoners and professional mourners. Harry listened with half an ear, his attention caught by something at the far end of the cemetery. A grave. Smaller than the others. Newer. He walked toward it without meaning to, his feet carrying him across the grass until he stood in front of a headstone carved with words that made his heart stop. Here lies Harry Potter. Not yet. Harry stared. What does that mean? He whispered. Pugsley came up beside him, uncharacteristically quiet. It means you're one of us now. The family doesn't forget. The family doesn't abandon. The family. He shrugged. The family waits. A hand touched Harry's shoulder. He spun around. Wednesday stood behind him, her dark eyes fixed on the headstone. Mother had it made this morning, she said. It's tradition. When someone new joins the family, we plant a grave for them. Not because we want them to die. Because we want them to know that I belong here, Harry finished. That you belong here. Even in death. Harry looked at the grave again. His name, carved in stone, waiting for him. It should have been terrifying. It should have been morbid. It should have been everything wrong with this strange, dark, beautiful family. Instead, it felt like a promise. Harry Potter would never be buried alone. Harry Potter would never be forgotten. Harry Potter would never again be a boy in a cupboard, waiting for someone to notice he existed. He turned to Wednesday. Teach me, he said. Teach you what? Everything. How to be brave. How to be strong. How to be. He gestured at the grave, at the mansion, at the family that had taken him in. How to be an Addams. Wednesday's lips twitched. For her, that was a smile. Okay, she said. And in the cemetery, surrounded by dead ancestors and living ghosts, Harry Potter took the first step toward becoming someone new. Someone who would never be locked away again. Someone who would learn to fight. Someone who would one day face the darkness that haunted his dreams, and win. But that was for later. For now. He was home. Chapter 5, The Addams Mansion's Secrets. The first thing Harry learned about the Addams mansion was that it breathed. Not like a person, not with lungs and chest and the soft rhythm of sleep, but like something older. Something that had been alive long before the first stone was laid and would remain alive long after the last stone crumbled. The walls pulsed. The floors shifted. The air itself seemed to move in and out, as if the house was tasting him, deciding what to make of this small, bruised boy who had arrived in a hearse. Harry stood in the doorway of his bedroom on his third morning, one hand pressed against the frame, feeling the wood vibrate beneath his palm. "It knows you now," Wednesday said from behind him. She appeared in the corridor like a shadow-given form, her braids perfect, her black dress spotless, her expression as blank as ever. She held a book under one arm, something thick and ancient, bound in chains. "It knows me? The house tests everyone. New servants, new guests, new family members." She walked past him into his room and sat on the edge of his bed. "You passed. I didn't do anything." "Exactly." She opened the book. "You didn't scream. You didn't run. You didn't try to leave. The house respects that." Harry looked down at his hands. They were still pale, still thin, but the bruises were fading. The swelling around his eye had gone down. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he could breathe without pain. "What's that?" he asked, nodding at the book. Wednesday held it up. The cover was black, not painted black, but black like it had been burned, like fire had kissed every inch of leather and left nothing but ash. Gold letters spelled out words in a language Harry didn't recognize. "This is the history of the Addams family," she said. "Mother thinks you should read it." "Why?" "Because knowledge is power. And you're going to need power." Harry sat beside her on the bed. The mattress dipped beneath his weight, soft, welcoming, nothing like the hard floor of the cupboard. "Why do I need power?" Wednesday looked at him. For a long moment she didn't speak. Her dark eyes traced the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, the shape of his face, the way his hands curled into fists when he was nervous. "Because something is coming for you," she said finally. "Something old. Something dark. Something that's been waiting for you since the night your parents died." Harry's blood turned to ice. "How do you know?" "Grandmama sees it in her crystals. I see it in the way the house reacts to you, the way it watches you, protects you, like you're something precious." She closed the book. "And I see it in your eyes. You've seen it too. In your dreams. The green light. The high, cold laugh. The snake eyes burning in the darkness." Harry nodded. "The house can help you," Wednesday said. "But only if you let it. Only if you're willing to learn." "Learn what?" Wednesday stood and held out her hand. "Come. I'll show you." The Addams mansion was larger on the inside than the outside. That was the first secret Harry learned. Wednesday led him through corridors he hadn't seen before, corridors that twisted and turned in ways that defied logic, stairs that led to ceilings, doors that opened onto walls. She walked with the confidence of someone who had grown up in this impossible place, never hesitating, never looking back to check if Harry was following. He followed. "Always. The house was built in 1487, Wednesday said as they descended a spiral staircase that seemed to go down forever. "But the land it stands on has been occupied for longer. Much longer. The Romans built something here. Before them, the Celts. Before them." She shrugged. "No one knows. What did they build? A place of power. A convergence of ley lines, magical energy that flows beneath the earth like rivers. The Addams family didn't choose this location by accident." She pushed open a door at the bottom of the stairs. "We were drawn here. Just like you were drawn to us." Harry stepped through the doorway. And stopped breathing. The room was enormous, larger than the entire ground floor of the Dursleys' house. It was a library, but not like any library Harry had ever imagined. Bookshelves rose to a ceiling that disappeared into darkness, connected by spiral staircases and swinging ladders and narrow bridges that swayed when you walked on them. Globes of floating light drifted between the shelves, casting soft blue illumination on thousands, no, millions, of books. "This is the hidden library," Wednesday said. "Only family members can enter. The house decides who counts as family. How many books are here? No one knows. Every time someone tries to count, more appear." Harry walked forward slowly, his head tilted back, his mouth open. The books seemed to sense his presence. They rustled their pages, shifted on their shelves, leaned toward him like flowers turning to the sun. "Some of these books are dangerous," Wednesday continued. "Some are cursed. Some will try to eat you if you open them wrong." "Eat me?" "Only if you're careless. Grandmama will teach you how to handle them." She walked to a shelf near the center of the room and pulled down a volume bound in what looked like human skin. "This is the one Mother wanted you to see." Harry took the book. It was heavier than it looked. The cover was warm, almost alive, and when Harry touched it, he could have sworn he felt a heartbeat beneath his fingers. "What is it?" "The history of your scar." The library had reading alcoves, small rooms carved into the walls, each one different from the last. Wednesday led Harry to one lined with velvet cushions, where floating lights hovered like fireflies. She sat across from him, her knees pulled to her chest, watching as he opened the book. The pages were yellowed and brittle, written in handwriting that slanted and swooped across the parchment. Harry couldn't read most of the words. They were in the same language as the cover, all sharp angles and unfamiliar symbols, but there were illustrations. Drawings of wizards. Drawings of battles. Drawings of a symbol Harry recognized, even though he'd never seen it before. A skull. A snake. A mark of terror. "The dark mark," Wednesday said, seeing his face. "The symbol of Lord Voldemort." The name hit Harry like a physical blow. His scar burned. The room tilted. For a moment, he was back in the cupboard, hearing that high, cold laugh, seeing that flash of green light. "Breathe," Wednesday commanded. Harry breathed. "In through your nose. Out through your mouth. Focus on something real, something you can touch." He touched the book. The warm cover. The rough pages. The burning faded. "Sorry," he whispered. "Don't apologize. The scar is connected to him, to Voldemort. That's why it hurts when you think about him." Wednesday turned the page. "The Addams family has faced dark wizards before. We have records going back centuries. But Voldemort is different. He's not just powerful, he's broken. He split his soul to avoid death." "Split his soul? How is that possible?" "Dark magic. Forbidden magic. The kind that leaves scars on the world." She pointed to a diagram in the book, a series of circles connected by lines that pulsed with dark energy. "Your scar is more than a scar. It's a mark of what he tried to do to you. And what he failed to accomplish." Harry traced the shape of the scar through his hair. "What did he try to do?" Wednesday closed the book. "That's enough for today," she said. "You're not ready for the rest. When will I be ready? When you understand that power isn't about strength. It's about control." She stood and offered him her hand. "Come on. Pugsley wants to show you the dungeon." The dungeon was worse than Harry expected. And better. Pugsley waited for them at the bottom of a staircase that smelled of damp earth and old bones. He was holding a torch, an actual torch, the kind Harry had only seen in movies, and grinning like it was Christmas morning. "Harry! You made it! Wait until you see what Grandmama's been working on!" The dungeon stretched beneath the mansion like a second house, with corridors and rooms and cells that had been converted into laboratories. Strange machinery hissed and clanked. Cauldrons bubbled over fires that burned without wood. And everywhere, there were creatures. Creatures in cages. Creatures in tanks. Creatures that slithered across the ceiling and watched Harry with eyes that glowed in the darkness. "What is all this?" Harry whispered. "Grandmama's experiments," Pugsley said proudly. "She's trying to create the perfect pet. That's a three-headed snake." "Yes. Isn't it beautiful? The snake, 3 heads, 6 eyes, scales that shifted colors as Harry watched, coiled around a pillar and hissed something that sounded almost like words. Harry took a step back. It likes you, Wednesday observed. How can you tell? It hasn't tried to bite you yet. Harry decided not to ask how Wednesday knew what the snake was thinking. He'd learned, over the past 3 days, that Wednesday understood things other people didn't. The darkness. The quiet. The spaces between words. Grandmama emerged from a side chamber, her wild gray hair smoking slightly, her mismatched eyes fixed on a bubbling cauldron she carried in her gnarled hands. Boy! She cackled when she saw Harry. Good timing. Need a taste tester. A taste tester? Potions don't test themselves. She thrust a ladle toward him. Drink. Harry looked at the ladle. The liquid inside was purple and green and seemed to be screaming. Grandmama, Wednesday said warningly. What? It won't kill him. Probably. Probably isn't good enough. Grandmama huffed but lowered the ladle. Fine. We'll test it on Pugsley first. Wait, what? Pugsley didn't get a chance to finish. Grandmama grabbed him by the collar and poured the potion down his throat. His eyes went wide, then wider, then his skin turned blue and he burped a cloud of glittering butterflies. See? Grandmama said. Harmless. Pugsley opened his mouth. More butterflies flew out. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed. The sound surprised him, bright and loud and completely unguarded. He clapped his hand over his mouth, expecting punishment, expecting someone to tell him that laughing was forbidden, that happiness was a weakness, that Wednesday was staring at him. Not with judgment. With curiosity. You have a nice laugh, she said. Harry's cheeks burned. I thank you. Don't let it go to your head. She turned to Grandmama. What were you working on? Protection potions, Grandmama said, her cackle fading into something more serious. For the boy. Harry stopped laughing. Grandmama's mismatched eyes fixed on him, one blue, one brown, both older than they had any right to be. She crossed the dungeon and took his chin in her hand, tilting his face toward the torchlight. That scar, she muttered. Old magic. Dark magic. But something else too. Something underneath. She released him and stepped back. Your mother's sacrifice. Her love. It's still inside you, boy. Burning like a coal in the dark. What does that mean? It means you're protected. From him. From his followers. From anyone who tries to hurt you with dark magic. She tapped her own forehead. But protection isn't the same as strength. Strength you'll have to build yourself. I want to learn, Harry said. I want to be strong. Grandmama smiled, a smile that showed too many teeth. Good. Because I have a lot to teach you. And not much time. Why not much time? Wednesday answered. Because the magical world knows you're missing. And they're looking for you. The magical world was not prepared for the Addams family. Harry learned this on his 5th day, when Wednesday showed him the newspaper. It wasn't a normal newspaper. The pages moved. The photographs blinked and waved and pointed accusingly at Harry's face, his face, plastered across the front page, underneath words that made his stomach clench. Boy WHO lived vanishes from relative's home. The article was long and full of speculation. Some said Harry had been kidnapped. Some said he'd run away. Some said the Dark Lord's followers had finally finished what their master started. But no one, not once, suggested that Harry might be happier wherever he was. The Ministry of Magic is searching for you, Wednesday said. They've been to Privet Drive twice. The Dursleys told them you were taken by strangers. Dark strangers. Dangerous strangers. We're not dark, Harry said. We're not dark. Wednesday folded the newspaper and tossed it into the fire. But we're not what they think. The Ministry is afraid of things they don't understand. And they don't understand the Addams family. They think you're evil. They think anyone who doesn't follow their rules is evil. She watched the newspaper burn. Father is handling it. He has lawyers, wizard lawyers, goblin lawyers, lawyers that aren't quite human. He'll make sure they can't take you away. Can they take me away? Wednesday was quiet for a moment. They can try. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house breathe. Things sat on the nightstand, keeping watch, occasionally tapping its fingers in patterns Harry didn't understand. The newspaper article haunted him. The boy who lived. That's what they called him. The boy who survived the killing curse. The boy who defeated the darkest wizard of all time. The boy who wasn't any of those things. He was just Harry. A boy from a cupboard. A boy who didn't know anything about magic or wizards or the world he supposedly belonged to. The door creaked open. Wednesday slipped inside, silent as always. She didn't ask permission. She never asked permission. She simply climbed onto the bed and sat beside him, her back against the headboard, her dark eyes fixed on the window. Couldn't sleep either, she said. It wasn't a question. I keep thinking about what they wrote. About me. About my parents. He turned his head to look at her. Did you know? About the killing curse? About Voldemort? I knew. Why didn't you tell me? Because knowing isn't the same as understanding. She pulled her knees to her chest. You're not ready to understand yet. When will I be ready? When you stop asking when you'll be ready? Harry didn't know what that meant. But he was learning that Wednesday often spoke in riddles, not because she was trying to be mysterious, but because she saw the world differently than other people. What's your scar like? He asked. Wednesday touched her chest, the place where, Harry had noticed, she always wore a small silver locket. Not a scar. A story. Will you tell me? No. Will you ever? She looked at him. Really looked at him. The way she'd looked at him through the crack in the cupboard door, the way she'd looked at him when he signed the adoption papers, the way she looked at him when she thought he wasn't watching. Maybe, she said. It was more than she'd ever given anyone. Harry fell asleep with Wednesday beside him, and Thing keeping watch, and the house breathing softly around them. The next morning, Grandmama summoned Harry to her tower. The tower was at the highest point of the mansion, a circular room filled with crystals and cauldrons and things Harry couldn't identify. Grandmama sat in the center, cross-legged on a cushion, stirring something in a bowl. Sit, she commanded. Harry sat. You have ancient magic in you, boy. Not the magic they teach at Hogwarts. That's just tricks and formulas. No, your magic is older. Wilder. It comes from the earth, from the stars, from the blood of your ancestors. My ancestors were Muggles, Harry said, using the word he'd learned from Wednesday. Non-magical people. On your mother's side, yes. But your father's side. Grandmama's mismatched eyes glittered. The Potters are an old family. Older than Hogwarts. Older than Merlin. They have magic in their bones, boy. Magic that sleeps until it's awakened. How do I awaken it? You already have. Every time the glass shattered. Every time your hair grew back. Every time you wished so hard that the world bent to your will. She leaned forward. But that was accidental. What I'm going to teach you is control. She handed him the bowl. The liquid inside was black, completely black, like someone had scooped up a piece of night sky. Harry stared at his reflection in its surface. Drink, Grandmama said. Harry drank. The liquid was cold and hot at the same time, burning and soothing, terrible and wonderful. It tasted like lightning and thunder and the moment before a storm. And then, the room exploded into color. Not real color. Not the color Harry saw with his eyes. This was deeper, the color of magic itself. He could see it in the walls, in the floor, in Grandmama's wrinkled hands. He could see it in himself, a brilliant green light, pulsing in his chest, reaching out like tendrils of flame. What is this? He whispered. Truth, Grandmama said. Your magic doesn't lie. It shows you what you really are. Harry looked down at his hands. They were glowing. Not with the green light of his scar, but with something softer. Something warmer. Something that felt like love, Grandmama said softly. Your mother's love. She didn't just die for you, boy. She poured everything she was into your protection. And that love, that sacrifice, it became part of your magic. Harry's eyes filled with tears. He didn't wipe them away. For the first time, he let himself feel the grief, the loss, the desperate, aching loneliness of growing up without parents, without anyone, without the one thing every child deserved. And underneath all of it, strength. The knowledge that he wasn't alone. That he had never been alone. That his mother's love had been with him every single day, even in the cupboard, even in the darkness, even when he'd forgotten how to hope. When you're ready, Grandmama said, you'll learn to use that love. Not as a weapon. Love is never a weapon, but as a shield. A shield that no darkness can penetrate. Harry looked up at her. How do I get ready? Grandmama smiled, a real smile, soft and sad and proud. You already are. That evening, Harry stood on the balcony of his room, looking out at the garden. The glowing flowers swayed in the breeze. The pond breathed. The trees whispered secrets to each other in a language Harry was beginning to understand. Wednesday appeared beside him. Grandmama says you have potential, she said. Is that good? Depends on what you do with it. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, Wednesday? Yes? I think I'm starting to understand. Understand what? He turned to look at her, at this strange, dark, beautiful girl who had found him in a cupboard and pulled him into the light. Home, he said. I think I'm starting to understand what home feels like. Wednesday's lips twitched. That's good, she said. Because this is your home now. Forever. The sun set over the Addams mansion. And Harry Potter, no, Harry Addams, watched the darkness fall without fear. Because he knew now that the darkness wasn't something to be afraid of. It was something to be understood. Something to be controlled. Something to be used. And somewhere, far away, in a tower made of stone and ambition, an old man with a long beard and twinkling eyes stared at a map that showed no sign of the boy he'd been watching for 10 years. Albus Dumbledore's hands trembled. For the first time in decades. He didn't know what to do. And in the shadows of the Addams mansion, Harry slept peacefully, protected by love, guarded by magic, and surrounded by a family that would burn the world for him. The secrets of the mansion were only beginning to unfold. And so was Harry. Chapter 6 Dumbledore Learns the Truth. The office of Albus Dumbledore had seen many things in its long existence. Fudge had stormed through those doors more times than anyone could count, his bowler hat askew and his face flushed with panic. McGonagall had sat in that very chair, her lips pressed in with disapproval, as the headmaster explained yet another of his questionable decisions. Even Tom Riddle had once stood before that desk, charming and handsome and hollow, fooling everyone except the old man who saw straight through his mask. But never, in all the years, in all the wars, in all the crises that had demanded the headmaster's attention, had the office felt quite like this. Empty. Not physically empty. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses still dozed in their frames, their snores filling the silence. Fawkes the Phoenix still perched on his golden stand, his bright eyes fixed on his master with something that looked like concern. The silver instruments still whirred and puffed on Dumbledore's desk, measuring forces that ordinary wizards couldn't perceive. But something was missing. Someone. Dumbledore sat behind his desk with his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his half-moon spectacles perched on his nose, his silver beard pooling in his lap. He looked like a statue, motionless, timeless, carved from marble and memory. On the desk before him lay a single piece of parchment. It was a letter. Short. Terribly short for the weight of its contents. Headmaster Dumbledore. We regret to inform you that Harry James Potter is no longer residing at number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey. Our investigation indicates that the child was removed from the premises on the night of August 15th by parties unknown. The blood wards have collapsed. The boy who lived's location is currently undetermined. Asterisk. The Ministry of Magic requests your immediate assistance. Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Dumbledore had read the letter 17 times. Each time, he hoped the words would change. Each time, they remained the same. Cold. Factual. Devastating. Harry was gone. The blood wards had collapsed. 10 years of planning. Of sacrifice, of balancing the scales of prophecy and protection, gone. Albus. He looked up. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway, her emerald robes swishing around her ankles, her severe bun pulled tighter than usual. Her face was pale, and her hands trembled slightly at her sides. "The Ministry is here," she said. "Fudge brought orders. They want to speak with you about the Potter boy." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Send them in." McGonagall hesitated. "Albus, is there anything you'd like to tell me before they arrive? Anything about why the boy was placed with those people in the first place?" He looked at her, really looked at her, and saw the accusation in her eyes. Minerva had never approved of the Dursleys. She had visited Privet Drive once, years ago, and returned with fury burning behind her strict composure. Asterisk. "They're the worst sort of muggles, Albus. The boy will be miserable there." Asterisk. He had assured her it was necessary. For the blood protection. For the boy's safety. For the greater good. Now those words tasted like ash on his tongue. "Nothing you don't already suspect, Minerva," he said quietly. "Send them in." Cornelius Fudge arrived like a storm wrapped in a pinstripe cloak. He was a small man, round and nervous, with a habit of mopping his forehead with a handkerchief even when it wasn't warm. Behind him came two Aurors, Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and calm and dark as midnight, and Amelia Bones, severe and sharp-eyed and not the sort of woman who tolerated foolishness. "Headmaster." Fudge's voice was too high too fast. "Terrible business. Terrible. The boy, the Potter boy, vanished right out from under our noses. And the blood wards, Merlin's beard, the blood wards, are collapsed." Dumbledore finished the thought. "Yes, Cornelius, I'm aware. How could this happen?" Amelia Bones stepped forward, her monocle glinting in the candlelight. "The wards on that house were supposed to be unbreakable. Dumbledore's own work, if I recall correctly. The wards were tied to Petunia Dursley's blood," Dumbledore explained. "As long as Harry called that place home, as long as he shared a roof with his mother's last living relative, the protection would hold. Someone removed him from that roof," Kingsley said. His deep voice was calm, measured. "Someone powerful enough to bypass your wards. Or someone the wards didn't recognize as a threat." The room went quiet. Fudge's handkerchief moved faster. "What do you mean, didn't recognize as a threat?" "The wards were supposed to protect the boy from anyone who wished him harm. The wards were designed to protect him from dark wizards. From Death Eaters. From followers of Voldemort." Dumbledore paused. "They were not designed to protect him from a family that intended to take him in." Amelia Bones's eyebrow rose. "You think he was taken by people who want to help him?" "I think," Dumbledore said carefully, "that we don't know enough to draw conclusions. That's why I've been investigating." "Investigating?" Fudge's voice squeaked. "What have you found?" Dumbledore reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a thin folder, much thinner than it should have been, given the resources at his disposal. He opened it and spread the contents across his desk. A photograph. A name. A list of properties. "The family who took Harry," he said, "calls themselves the Addamses." The name meant nothing to Fudge. His brow furrowed, his mustache twitched, and he shook his head with the certainty of a man who had never encountered anything he couldn't explain away. "Addams? Never heard of them. Are they pure blood? Half-blood? Muggle-born?" "None of the above," Dumbledore said. "They are something else." Amelia Bones picked up the photograph. It showed a family standing in front of an enormous mansion, a man with a mustache and wild eyes, a woman with flowing black hair and an expression that could freeze wine, a girl with braids and a blank face, a boy with a round face and a smile that showed too many teeth. And in the center, smaller than the others, looking lost and terrified and hopeful. "That's him," Kingsley said quietly. "That's the Potter boy." Harry's face was thinner than the photographs the ministry had on file. His glasses were cracked. His clothes were too large. But his eyes, those unmistakable green eyes, were open and alive in a way they hadn't been in the pictures taken at Privet Drive. "Where was this taken?" Fudge demanded. "Outside the Addams family estate," Dumbledore said. "Somewhere in England, though the exact location is difficult to pinpoint." "Difficult how?" "The property is unplottable. The wards around it predate Hogwarts. And the family themselves." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "The Addamses have existed on the fringes of magical society for centuries. They don't attend ministry functions. They don't send their children to Hogwarts. They don't follow the same rules as the rest of us." Amelia Bones set down the photograph. "Are they dark?" "I don't know." "You're Albus Dumbledore," Fudge spluttered. "You know everything about everyone. I know that the Addams family has never been accused of a crime they didn't commit. I know that they've been investigated by the Department of Mysteries 4 times, and each time, the investigators returned, changed." Dumbledore's blue eyes were distant. "I know that their magic is old. Older than the Ministry. Older than Hogwarts. Older, perhaps, than Britain itself." Fudge mopped his forehead. "Then how do we get the boy back?" "That," Dumbledore said, "is the question." The investigation took Dumbledore places he had never intended to go. He started with the records. The Ministry's archives were vast, endless shelves of parchment stretching into darkness, tended by elderly wizards who had long since forgotten the sun. Dumbledore spent 3 days there, reading everything he could find about the Addams family. The records were fragmentary. The first mention appeared in 1487, when a man named Gomez Addams, the first, though there had been many since, purchased a plot of land that did not exist on any map, and built a house that defied description. The purchase was recorded in both magical and Muggle registries, though the Muggle version had been mysteriously lost sometime in the 16th century. In 1592, an Addams woman was tried for witchcraft, not because she had performed magic, but because she had refused to deny it. The trial records noted that she smiled throughout the proceedings and asked the executioner if he would like a cup of tea before lighting the fire. She was burned at the stake. The fire went out 3 times. The executioner resigned the next day. In 1689, the Addams family was officially classified as neutral by the newly formed Ministry of Magic. They paid their taxes. They followed the laws. They attended hearings when summoned. But they never integrated. Never married outside their bloodline, or if they did, the records didn't show it. The last entry was dated 1927. A woman named Morticia Addams, née Frump, had petitioned the ministry for permission to marry Gomez Addams. The petition was approved, though the caseworker noted that the couple was unnervingly affectionate, and seemed to take pleasure in discussing funeral arrangements. There was nothing after that. No birth records for Wednesday or Pugsley. No tax documents. No property assessments. It was as if the family had simply stopped existing. And yet they were clearly still there. Still living. Still breathing. Still in possession of Harry Potter. Dumbledore closed the last file and rubbed his eyes. He had faced Dark Lords. He had defeated Grindelwald. He had looked into the abyss and refused to blink. But the Addams family made him uneasy in a way he couldn't explain. Not because they were evil. Because he couldn't predict them. The next step was obvious, though Dumbledore dreaded it. He had to visit the house. The address wasn't listed anywhere. Of course it wasn't. But Dumbledore had resources that the ministry didn't. He had Fawkes, whose song could find anything if the need was great enough. He had the Elder Wand, which recognized magic older than itself. And he had something the Addamses probably didn't expect. He had Severus Snape. The potions master stood in the corner of Dumbledore's office, his black robes blending with the shadows, his greasy hair hiding most of his face. His expression was unreadable, it always was, but Dumbledore had known him long enough to see the tension in his jaw. "You want me to brew a location potion," Snape said flatly. "Not just any location potion. One strong enough to bypass wards that have stood for 5 centuries. Impossible." "Nothing is impossible, Severus. Merely difficult." Snape's lip curled. "The Addams family has been studied by potion masters far more skilled than I. The consensus is clear, their home cannot be found unless they wish it to be found. Then we must make them wish it." Dumbledore rose from his desk and walked to the window. The sun was setting over Hogwarts, painting the lake gold and crimson, turning the towers into silhouettes against the fading light. "I need to speak with them, Severus. Not to demand Harry's return, not yet. To understand. To learn. To discover what kind of family would take a child from the home where he was supposed to be protected." "Protected?" Snape's voice was barely a whisper. "Is that what we're calling it now?" Dumbledore turned. "Excuse me? The Dursleys. The cupboard. The beatings. The years of neglect." Snape stepped out of the shadows, his dark eyes blazing with something that might have been fury. "You knew, Albus. You always knew. I knew that the blood protection required." "The blood protection?" Snape laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "You sacrificed a child's well-being for a theoretical defense against a Dark Lord who isn't even alive. And now that child is gone, taken by a family who actually seems to care for him, and you're acting surprised." The portraits had stopped snoring. Fawkes trilled softly, a questioning sound. Dumbledore stood very still. "There are things you don't understand, Severus. Prophecies. Politics. The weight of the greater good. I understand that Lily's son spent 10 years in a cupboard." Snape's voice cracked on Lily's name, it always did. "I understand that you did nothing to stop it. And I understand that if the Addams family can give him even a fraction of the love he deserves, then perhaps—" He stopped. Swallowed. "Perhaps he's better off with them." The silence stretched. Dumbledore closed his eyes. He thought about Harry, about the small, frightened boy he had seen only once, delivered to the Dursleys' doorstep on a cold November night. He thought about the letter he had written, the instructions he had left, the assumption that Petunia's hatred would be enough to keep the blood wards strong. He had told himself it was necessary. He had told himself that the boy would understand, one day, when he was older, when the prophecy was fulfilled. But looking at Severus Snape's ravaged face, at the guilt and grief and fury that simmered beneath his cold exterior, Dumbledore wondered if he had made a terrible mistake. "Brew the potion," he said finally. "I'll visit the Addams estate tomorrow. Alone." "Alone?" Snape's eyebrow rose. "You're the supreme mugwump. The chief warlock. The most powerful wizard alive. And you're going to walk into the home of a family that's terrified everyone who's ever investigated them. Alone?" "I'm going to walk into the home of a family that took in an abused child," Dumbledore corrected. "If they wanted to hurt me, they've had ample opportunity. They haven't. Because they don't know you're looking for them. They know." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Trust me, Severus. They know." The potion worked. Barely. Snape had spent 12 hours over a cauldron, adding ingredients that steamed and smoked and occasionally screamed. The resulting liquid was the color of a bruise, purple and black and green all at once, and it pulsed with a heartbeat that wasn't quite human. Dumbledore drank it without hesitation. The world blurred. And then, he was standing in front of iron gates. The gates were old, older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts, older than anything Dumbledore had ever seen. They were covered in rust and ivy and symbols that predated human language. Beyond them, a gravel driveway curved through a forest of ancient trees, leading to a mansion that rose from the earth like a black jewel. The house was beautiful. Not beautiful in the way of Hogwarts, grand and proud and full of light. Beautiful in the way of graves and grief and things that had seen too much death to fear it. Dumbledore pushed the gates open. They didn't creak. They didn't resist. They simply accepted him. The gravel crunched beneath his boots. The trees whispered as he passed. Somewhere in the distance, something howled, not a wolf, not a dog, but something older and hungrier and far more patient. He reached the front door. It opened before he could knock. And there, standing in the doorway with a sword in one hand and a glass of wine in the other, was Gomez Addams. "Albus Dumbledore," Gomez said, his mustache twitching with delight. "We've been expecting you." The sword gleamed in the candlelight. The wine was the color of blood. And behind Gomez, in the shadows of the hallway, two dark eyes watched Dumbledore with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Wednesday Addams had been expecting him too. And she had been waiting a very long time for this conversation. The parlor was nothing like Dumbledore had expected. He had braced himself for darkness, for skulls and chains and the trappings of dark wizards who fancied themselves terrifying. Instead, the room was warm, welcoming. A fire crackled in the hearth. Books lined the walls, real books, well-loved, with broken spines and dog-eared pages. The furniture was old but comfortable, the cushions worn soft by generations of Addamses. Morticia Addams sat in a high-backed chair, her long legs crossed, her dark hair spilling over her shoulders like a funeral veil. She held a cup of tea in her pale hands, and she regarded Dumbledore with the calm, measured gaze of someone who had seen empires rise and fall. "Tea, headmaster?" she asked. "Please." She poured. The tea was black and strong and tasted faintly of something Dumbledore couldn't name, something that reminded him of childhood, of his mother's garden, of a time before power and prophecy and the weight of the world. "You have questions," Morticia said. "Many. And you've come alone." Gomez set down his sword and wine glass, taking a seat beside his wife. "Brave. Or foolish. I haven't decided which. Perhaps a bit of both." Gomez laughed, a genuine laugh, warm and delighted. "I like him, Morticia." "I know, darling. That's what concerns me." Dumbledore set down his teacup. "I'll be direct. I came to discuss Harry Potter." "We assumed as much." Morticia's expression didn't change. "What would you like to know?" "Everything. How you found him. Why you took him. What you intend to do with him." "With him?" Gomez's eyebrows rose. "We don't intend to do anything with him. He's not a tool, headmaster. He's a child. A child who was under my protection." "Your protection?" Morticia's voice was silk wrapped around steel. "Is that what you call it? 10 years in a cupboard? Beatings and neglect and isolation?" She set down her teacup. "Forgive me if I don't thank you." Dumbledore's hands tightened on his knees. "The blood wards were a convenient excuse." Wednesday's voice came from the doorway. She walked into the parlor, her black dress swishing around her ankles, her braids swinging. She didn't sit. She stood in front of Dumbledore, close enough to touch, and stared up at him with those dark, depthless eyes. "You left Harry with the Dursleys because you needed him to suffer," she said. Dumbledore blinked. "That's not. Suffering builds character. Suffering makes people desperate. Desperate people are easier to control." Wednesday tilted her head. "You wanted a weapon. A weapon who would be grateful to you. A weapon who would follow your orders because you were the first person who showed him kindness. You're wrong." "Am I?" Wednesday reached into her pocket and pulled out a letter, yellowed, creased, written in Dumbledore's own hand. "This is the letter you left with Petunia Dursley. It says, explicitly, that Harry must call Privet Drive home until his 17th birthday. That the blood wards depend on his presence there. That no matter what happens, he cannot leave. That's correct. The protection would have failed the moment Harry turned 17 anyway." Wednesday's voice was flat. "You were buying time." 11 years of it. Time for what, headmaster? To train him? To mold him? To prepare him for the war you knew was coming? Dumbledore was silent. The fire crackled. Fawkes, who had appeared on Dumbledore's shoulder, trilled softly, a sad sound, mournful and knowing. He's not a weapon, Wednesday continued. He's a person. A person who has spent 10 years believing he was worthless. A person who flinches when people raise their voices. A person who asked me, on his first night at the mansion, if we would lock him in the cupboard if he was bad. She stepped closer. His first night here, he asked if he would be locked in a cupboard. Dumbledore closed his eyes. You knew, Wednesday said. You knew about the cupboard. You knew about the beatings. You knew about everything, and you did nothing. I did what I thought was necessary. Then you thought wrong. The words hung in the air like a verdict. Morticia rose from her chair and placed a hand on Wednesday's shoulder. That's enough, my darling. No. Wednesday shook her off. It's not enough. It will never be enough. He's going to ask for Harry back, Mother. He's going to try to take him. And I want him to understand. She turned to Dumbledore. You will not take Harry back to Privet Drive. You will not separate him from our family. You will not use him for your war or your prophecy or your greater good. And if I try? Dumbledore asked quietly. Wednesday smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. Then you will learn why the Addams family has survived for 5 centuries, she said. We are not dark wizards. We are not light wizards. We are something older. Something deeper. Something that does not bow to the ministry, to Hogwarts, or to you. She walked to the door and paused. Harry is happy here. For the first time in his life, he is happy. If you take that from him. She looked back over her shoulder. I will make you regret it. The door closed behind her. Dumbledore sat in the silence, staring at the fire. Gomez cleared his throat. She's dramatic. Takes after her mother. I take after no one, Morticia said. I am original. My point stands. Dumbledore stood slowly, his old bones creaking. May I see him? Before I go? Morticia exchanged a glance with Gomez. Not tonight, she said. He's sleeping. And we don't wake children in this house. Tomorrow, then. Perhaps. Dumbledore walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the frame. The blood wards, they're truly collapsed? Completely, Morticia said. The moment Harry left Privet Drive, your protection ended. Then he's vulnerable. He's with us. Gomez smiled, a sharp, dangerous smile. That's not vulnerability, Headmaster. That's the safest place in the world. Dumbledore left the Addams mansion with more questions than answers. He walked down the gravel driveway, through the iron gates, past the ancient trees that whispered secrets he couldn't understand. Fawkes rode on his shoulder, silent. For once, offering no comfort. At the gates, he stopped. Turned. The mansion loomed against the night sky, dark and beautiful and utterly unafraid. For the first time in his long life, Albus Dumbledore wondered if he had made a mistake that could never be fixed. The boy who lived was no longer his to command. And the family who had taken him. They were not enemies. They were not allies. They were something else entirely. Something that made even the greatest wizard of the age feel very, very small. Dumbledore apparat back to Hogwarts in silence. His office was dark when he returned. The portraits were asleep. Fawkes settled on his perch and closed his eyes. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk. And for the first time since the night James and Lily Potter died, he wept. Chapter 7, Wednesday and Harry's Unbreakable Bond. The cemetery had become Harry's favorite place. Not because he was morbid, though Wednesday insisted that everyone in the Addams family was at least a little morbid, but because the cemetery was quiet. The kind of quiet that didn't expect anything from him. The dead didn't ask questions. The dead didn't care about prophecies or blood wards or the boy who lived. The dead simply were. Harry sat on a stone bench beneath an ancient yew tree, his knees pulled to his chest, his cracked glasses balanced on his nose. 3 weeks had passed since he'd arrived at the mansion. 3 weeks of strange food and stranger lessons. 3 weeks of learning that the world was bigger and darker and more wonderful than he'd ever imagined. And 3 weeks of Wednesday. She appeared beside him without warning, she always appeared without warning, and sat on the bench with her usual silence. She held a book in her lap, but she wasn't reading it. She was watching him. "You've been out here for 2 hours," she said. "I like the quiet. The house is quiet. The house breathes." Harry looked at her. "The cemetery doesn't." Wednesday considered this. "The dead don't need to breathe." "Exactly." They sat in companionable silence. The wind moved through the yew trees, rustling the leaves, carrying the scent of old earth and older bones. Somewhere in the distance, Grandmama's latest experiment shrieked, a sound that had become as familiar as birdsong. "Pugsley wants you to help him torture his new teddy bear," Wednesday said. "Is it the bear that screams or the bear that bleeds?" "The one that bleeds." "I'll help him later." Wednesday nodded. She set her book aside and turned to face him fully, a rare gesture. Usually she watched the world from the corner of her eye, observing, calculating, never quite committing. But here, in the cemetery, with only the dead for witnesses, she seemed almost open. "Mother wants to know if you're happy," she said. Harry frowned. "Why doesn't she ask me herself?" "Because she's afraid of the answer." "Afraid? Mothers are like that." Wednesday's voice was flat, but something flickered behind her eyes. "They want to believe their children are happy. Asking directly risks hearing the truth." "And what is the truth?" "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you." Harry looked down at his hands. The bruises were gone now, completely gone, replaced by pale skin that was slowly gaining color from proper meals and sunlight, or as much sunlight as the Addams estate allowed. His ribs no longer ached when he breathed. His eye had healed. For the first time in his life, he wasn't in pain. But happiness? He wasn't sure he knew what happiness felt like. "I don't have nightmares anymore," he said finally. "About the cupboard. About the dark. That's not an answer. It's the closest I have." Wednesday was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand, not dramatically, not gently, just, simply. Her fingers were cold, as always, but Harry had learned that Wednesday's coldness wasn't a lack of warmth. It was a different kind of warmth. The kind that didn't burn, but endured. "When I was 6, she said, "I tried to dig a hole to the center of the earth." Harry blinked. "Why?" "I wanted to see what was there. Mother said it was probably just more dirt and rocks, but I didn't believe her. I dug for 3 days. Pugsley helped. We got all the way to the garden's 3rd layer before Father made us stop." "What was down there?" "A skeleton." Wednesday's lips twitched. "Grandmama's first husband. He'd been missing for 30 years. Harry stared at her. "He was buried in your garden?" "He fell down a hole and no one noticed until we found him. Mother said it was poetic." Wednesday squeezed his hand. "My point is, I've always been curious about things that are hidden. Things that are buried. Things that everyone else has given up on. Like me. Like you?" Harry's chest tightened. "I'm not a thing to be curious about, Wednesday. You're just the most interesting person I've ever met." Her dark eyes held his. "You survived 10 years in a cupboard, Harry. 10 years of abuse and neglect and isolation. And you're not bitter. You're not cruel. You're not broken. I feel broken. Feeling broken and being broken are different things." She released his hand and stood. "Come on. I want to show you something." The thing Wednesday wanted to show him was in the East Wing. Harry had never been to the East Wing. The house seemed to know this. The corridors twisted and turned, leading him through rooms he'd never seen, past doors that whispered his name, beneath chandeliers that dripped shadows instead of light. Wednesday walked ahead of him, her braids swinging, her boots silent on the stone floor. She didn't look back to check if he was following. She knew he would follow. She knew he would always follow. They stopped in front of a door covered in carvings, snakes and skulls and flowers that bloomed and wilted and bloomed again. Wednesday placed her palm against the wood, and the door swung open. Inside was a room that shouldn't have existed. It was a greenhouse, but not like any greenhouse Harry had ever seen. Glass walls rose to a ceiling that showed the night sky, even though it was still afternoon. Plants grew in beds of shadow and moonlight, their leaves glowing with soft bioluminescence. And in the center of the room, a tree. A massive tree, its trunk as wide as a car, its branches reaching toward the glass ceiling. The leaves were silver, and they moved even though there was no wind. The roots spread across the floor like veins, pulsing with light. "What is this place?" Harry whispered. "The heart of the house," Wednesday said. "Mother brought me here when I was born. Father brought Pugsley. Grandmama brought Grandpapa, and his mother before him, and her father before her. Every Addams child comes here, once, to meet the tree. Why? Because the tree remembers." Wednesday walked toward the massive trunk and pressed her palm against the bark. "It remembers every Addams who ever lived. Every joy. Every sorrow. Every death." Harry approached slowly, his bare feet cold on the stone floor. The tree seemed to lean toward him, not threateningly, but curiously. Like it was trying to decide what to make of this small, scarred boy. "I'm not an Addams," he said. "You are now. The adoption is just paperwork." Wednesday pulled her hand away from the bark. "The tree doesn't care about paperwork. It cares about blood. And heart. And the choices we make." Harry reached out. His fingers touched the bark. And the world exploded. He was standing in a field. Not the greenhouse, a real field, with grass and sky and a sun that burned gold overhead. The air smelled like honey and wildflowers, and in the distance, a woman was laughing. Harry walked toward the sound. His legs moved without his permission, carrying him through the grass, past trees that bore fruit he couldn't name, toward a figure sitting on a blanket beneath an old oak tree. The woman had red hair. Bright red hair, like fire, like autumn leaves, like something that couldn't be contained. She was laughing at something a man had said, a man with messy black hair and glasses like Harry's, a man who was tickling a baby who was screaming with delight. Harry stopped. He couldn't breathe. The woman turned. And she looked at him. Not through him. Not past him. At him. Her eyes were green. Green like his. "Harry," she whispered. The man looked up. His glasses were crooked, his hair was a disaster, and his smile was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. "Little star," the man said. "You're so big now." The baby, Harry, was still laughing, still squirming, still completely unaware that his parents were seeing him, 10 years in the future, standing in a field that existed only in memory. Harry tried to speak. His voice broke. "Mom?" Lily Potter rose from the blanket. She walked toward him, not running, not rushing, just walking, the way a mother walked when she had all the time in the world. She stopped in front of him. Her hand rose. Her fingers brushed his cheek. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry we couldn't be there." Harry's tears fell. He didn't try to stop them. "You died for me," he said. "You died and I didn't even know, I didn't remember." "Sure." She pulled him into her arms. She was warm. So warm. Warmer than anything Harry had ever felt. "You were just a baby. Too young to remember. But I remember. I remember every second of holding you. Every breath. Every heartbeat. I miss you," Harry sobbed. "I missed you so much and I didn't even know who you were." "I know." She stroked his hair, messy black hair, just like James's. "I know, my love. But you're not alone anymore. You found a family. The Addamses? They're strange." Lily laughed, that same bright laugh from the blanket. "So strange. But they love you. And they'll protect you. In ways I couldn't. James appeared beside her, the baby version of Harry still in his arms. He looked older than the photographs. Tired, maybe, but happy. So happy. We're proud of you, James said. For surviving. For staying kind. For not becoming what they tried to make you. What did they try to make me? Afraid. James's eyes were serious now. The Dursleys wanted you to be afraid. Afraid of yourself. Afraid of your magic. Afraid of the world. But you're not afraid anymore, are you? Harry thought about it. The cupboard. The darkness. The years of waiting for someone to save him. No, he said. I'm not. Good. James grinned, the same grin Harry had seen in photographs, the same grin that had made Lily fall in love with him. Because you've got a war to win, little star. And you can't win a war if you're afraid. A war? But the field was fading. The sun was dimming. Lily and James were stepping back, their faces blurring, their voices growing distant. We love you, Lily said. We never stopped. We'll never stop. Wait. Harry reached for them. Please don't go. Live, Harry. James's voice echoed across the fading field. Live for us. Live for yourself. Live. The field disappeared. Harry was back in the greenhouse, his hand still pressed against the tree's bark, tears streaming down his face. Wednesday stood beside him, her dark eyes wide, the most emotion he'd ever seen on her face. What did you see? She asked. Harry pulled his hand away from the tree. My parents, he said. They said they were proud of me. Wednesday was silent for a long moment. Then she stepped forward and, very carefully, very deliberately, hugged him. It was awkward. Wednesday didn't know how to hug. Her arms were stiff, her body was tense, and she smelled faintly of smoke and old books. But it was real. More real than anything Harry had ever felt. Thank you, he whispered into her hair. For what? For finding me. For bringing me here. For not giving up. Wednesday pulled back. Her expression was blank again, but her eyes were bright. Addamses don't give up, she said. We dig in. After the greenhouse, everything changed. Not dramatically, not with explosions or declarations or dramatic music. The changes were smaller. Quieter. The way Harry started saving Wednesday a seat at breakfast. The way Wednesday started answering Harry's questions with more than one word. The way they developed a language of glances and silences that no one else could understand. Pugsley noticed. He cornered Harry in the dungeon after a particularly grueling session with Grandmama's latest potion. You and Wednesday are weird, Pugsley said cheerfully. Thank you? No, I mean, weirder than usual. Pugsley sat on a cauldron and swung his legs. She doesn't talk to anyone. She barely talks to me. But she talks to you. Like really talks. With words and everything. Is that strange? Wednesday once went an entire year without speaking to Father because he stepped on her pet spider. Pugsley shook his head. She's not a people person. But she's a Harry person. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he said nothing. But that night, when Wednesday appeared in his doorway, she never knocked anymore, he was already awake. Can't sleep? She asked. Can you? No. She climbed onto his bed, she never asked permission anymore, and sat beside him, her back against the headboard. Things scurried onto the nightstand and pretended not to watch. The tree showed me something else, Harry said quietly. After my parents faded. It showed me the future. Wednesday turned to look at him. What kind of future? Darkness. War. A battle in a castle. He touched his scar. Him. Voldemort. He's coming back. Wednesday didn't flinch at the name. She never flinched. When? I don't know. Soon. Years. The tree wasn't clear. Trees rarely are. I'm scared. Harry admitted it without shame. With Wednesday, he didn't need to pretend. She'd seen him at his worst, curled in a cupboard, crying silently, too afraid to hope. There was nothing left to hide. You should be scared, Wednesday said. Voldemort is the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. He's killed hundreds of people. He would have killed you if your mother hadn't sacrificed herself. That's not comforting. Comfort isn't my specialty. Harry almost smiled. What is your specialty? Wednesday considered the question seriously. Loyalty. Violence. Strategic planning. And you? Me? You're my specialty now, Harry. My project. My purpose. She said it simply, as if stating a fact. The tree showed me something too, while you were with your parents. What? It showed me you. Standing in front of an army. Winning. She paused. And it showed me standing beside you. Harry's heart swelled. He didn't have words for what he felt, gratitude, yes, but also something deeper. Something that felt like forever. Promise me something, he said. If I can. Promise you'll always be beside me. No matter what. No matter how dark it gets. Wednesday held out her hand. Harry took it. I promise, she said. And Addamses don't break promises. The weeks turned into months. September arrived, then October. The leaves on the yew trees turned from green to gold to blood red. The cemetery grew colder, but Harry still visited every day, sometimes alone, sometimes with Wednesday, sometimes with Pugsley, who liked to dig up old graves and catalogue the bones. Harry learned. He learned sword fighting from Gomez, who was surprisingly skilled with a blade. He learned etiquette from Morticia, who taught him to enter a room like he owned it. He learned potions from Grandmama, who brewed things that both healed and harmed. He learned secrets from the library, from the hidden rooms, from the portraits that whispered advice when they thought he wasn't listening. And he learned from Wednesday. She taught him to observe. To notice the small things, the way people shifted their weight before lying, the way shadows pulled in corners, the way silence could be louder than screams. She taught him to control his emotions. Not to suppress them. The Addamses didn't believe in suppression, but to channel them. Anger became fuel. Fear became focus. Sadness became depth. She taught him that darkness wasn't evil. That shadows were just places where light hadn't reached yet. That the things that scared him could also save him, if he was brave enough to look them in the eye. One night, deep in November, they sat on the roof of the mansion. The stars were out, a million pinpricks of light in the endless dark. Harry had never seen so many stars. The Dursleys' neighborhood had been too bright, too clean, too afraid of the night. I used to dream about this, Harry said. About what? Sitting on a roof. Looking at stars. Being. He searched for the word. Free. Wednesday lay on her back, her braids fanned out around her head like dark serpents. You're not free. You're still a child. Still dependent. Still vulnerable. That's not what I meant. I know. She turned her head to look at him. You meant free from fear. Free from the cupboard. Free from the people who hurt you. Yes. That's not freedom, Harry. That's safety. Freedom comes later. Freedom comes when you're strong enough to make your own choices, regardless of the consequences. When will I be strong enough? Wednesday sat up. She faced him, her dark eyes serious, her pale face illuminated by starlight. You already are, she said. You just don't know it yet. Harry looked at her, at this strange, fierce, impossible girl who had pulled him from darkness and shown him the stars. I love you, he said. The words surprised him. He hadn't planned to say them. They just came. Wednesday didn't react. Her face remained blank, her eyes unreadable. But her hand found his in the darkness. And she didn't let go. I know, she said quietly. I love you too. It wasn't romantic. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't the kind of love that songs were written about. It was deeper. Older. The kind of love that survived cupboards and curses and the end of the world. The kind of love that would never, ever break. That night, Harry dreamed of green eyes. Not the snake eyes of Voldemort. Not his mother's eyes, bright and warm and full of tears. Wednesday's eyes. Dark. Depthless. Unafraid. Watching him from across a battlefield, from across a lifetime, from across the darkness that separated what was from what would be. And in the dream, Harry smiled. Because no matter what came next, no matter the war or the prophecy or the weight of the world, Wednesday would be beside him. And that was enough. That was everything. He woke with her name on his lips and the sunrise painting his room gold. Thing tapped on the nightstand, pointing at the window. Harry looked. Wednesday stood outside, in the garden, holding a sword. She raised it in salute. Harry grinned. He had a family now. He had a home. He had a purpose. And he had Wednesday. The boy who lived was no longer just a boy who had survived. He was a boy who was learning to live. And the world, dark and terrible and wonderful as it was, would never know what hit it. Chapter 8. The Ministry gets involved. The Ministry of Magic was not accustomed to failure. Cornelius Fudge had built his career on the back of that certainty, the unshakable belief that the British magical government was the finest in the world, staffed by the most competent witches and wizards, protected by laws that had stood for centuries. He repeated this belief at dinner parties, at press conferences, at meetings with the International Confederation of Wizards. He repeated it so often that he had started to believe it himself. But the Potter case had cracked something. It had been 6 weeks since the boy who lived vanished from Privet Drive. 6 weeks of investigations, of interrogations, of dead ends and blank walls. The Dursleys had been questioned 3 times, each session more frustrating than the last. Petunia Dursley cried and said she didn't remember. Vernon Dursley blustered and said the boy had been kidnapped by freaks in black. Dudley Dursley ate through 6 interview sessions and contributed nothing but crumbs. The Aurors had traced the hearse to a county that didn't exist on any map. They had followed magical signatures to a forest that moved when you weren't looking. They had consulted experts, called in favors, and begged the Department of Mysteries for assistance. Nothing. Harry Potter had vanished as thoroughly as if the earth had swallowed him whole. And now, Fudge sat in his office in the Ministry of Magic, staring at a file so thin it barely qualified as a folder, and tried to figure out what to do next. Amelia Bones sat across from him, her monocle gleaming, her expression carved from stone. She had replaced the previous head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement after the first war with Voldemort, and she had made it clear from day one that she answered to the law, not to politics. This had caused friction with Fudge. Lately, the friction had become a fire. "Minister," Amelia said, her voice clipped and professional, "we need to discuss the Addams family." Fudge's mustache twitched. "What about them?" "Everything. We've been investigating them for 6 weeks, and we have nothing. No addresses. No financial records. No magical signatures. It's as if they don't exist, except we know they do, because they took the Potter boy. Perhaps the boy went willingly." Amelia's eyebrow rose. "He's 10 years old. He was living with relatives who, by all accounts, treated him poorly. Even if he went willingly, that doesn't change the fact that he's a minor who was removed from his legal guardians without permission. The Dursleys gave permission. They signed an adoption contract under duress." Amelia opened the file and pulled out a photograph, the same photograph Dumbledore had shown Fudge weeks ago. "We have witnesses who saw the Addamses enter Privet Drive, stay for approximately 2 hours, and leave with the Potter boy. During those 2 hours, the Dursleys were subjected to threats, intimidation, and what appears to be magical coercion." "Coercion?" "Thing." Amelia said the word flatly. "A disembodied hand. It was seen removing documents from the Dursleys' home, documents that later appeared in the Addamses' possession. Medical records. Photographs. Evidence of neglect." Fudge leaned back in his chair. "You're telling me a hand stole evidence?" "I'm telling you the Addamses planned this. They didn't just stumble upon Harry Potter. They researched him. They gathered evidence against the Dursleys. They arrived with a legal contract prepared in advance. Amelia closed the file. This wasn't a kidnapping. This was a calculated extraction. By a family we know nothing about. By a family Dumbledore seems to know. The name hung in the air. Fudge's face darkened. What does Dumbledore have to do with this? He visited the Addams estate 3 weeks ago. Alone. Without informing the ministry. Amelia's voice was ice. He stayed for approximately 2 hours. When he returned to Hogwarts, he refused to discuss what happened. Perhaps he has nothing to discuss. Perhaps. Amelia didn't sound convinced. Or perhaps he's protecting them. Fudge stood up. He walked to the window of his office and looked out at the atrium, the golden fountain, the bustling witches and wizards, the illusion of order and control. Dumbledore has his own agenda, he said slowly. He always has. But he wouldn't protect a family that kidnapped the boy who lived. Wouldn't he? Fudge turned. What are you suggesting, Amelia? I'm not suggesting anything. I'm asking questions. She stood and gathered the file. Questions that need answers. And I intend to get them. How? By visiting the Addams estate myself. With a full team of Aurors. And by demanding, politely, at first, that they return Harry Potter to ministry custody. Fudge considered this. His political instincts warned him to proceed carefully. Dumbledore's involvement complicated things. The public's memory of the boy who lived was fading, but the scandal of his disappearance could still destroy careers. Do it, he said finally. But keep it quiet. No press. No witnesses. If this goes wrong, I want deniability. Amelia Bones nodded. Understood, Minister. She left. Fudge sat down behind his desk and stared at the photograph of Harry Potter, the small, thin boy with cracked glasses and green eyes. Who are you, Addams? He muttered to the empty room. No one answered. The Addams mansion appeared on the horizon like a threat. Amelia Bones had assembled her team carefully. 6 Aurors, her best. Kingsley Shacklebolt, strong and calm. Tonks, a young metamorphomagus with bright pink hair and a talent for infiltration. Dawlish, eager and ambitious, though perhaps too eager. Proudfoot, savage, and Williamson, seasoned veterans who had survived the First War. They had traveled by Portkey to the edge of the forest that wasn't on any map. From there, they had walked through trees that seemed to shift behind them, across streams that flowed backward, past clearings that contained things Amelia chose not to examine too closely. And now, here it was. The mansion. Black stone. Iron gates. Windows that reflected the sky even though there was no sky to reflect. A front door carved with scenes that made Amelia's stomach turn, not because they were violent, but because they were beautiful. Whoever had carved that door had loved death. Had loved it the way other people loved life. Creepy. Tonks murmured. Focus, Amelia said. Remember the protocol. We're here to talk, not to fight. The Addamses have broken no laws, yet. Our goal is to assess the situation and, if possible, secure Harry Potter's safe return. And if they refuse? Kingsley asked. Amelia looked at the mansion. At the windows that watched her. At the door that seemed to be waiting. Then we cross that bridge when we come to it. She walked toward the gates. They swung open before she touched them. The front door opened before she knocked. Gomez Addams stood in the doorway, dressed in a pinstripe suit that looked like it had been tailored in the 19th century. He held a cup of tea in one hand and a cigar in the other, and he smiled like he'd been expecting them. Amelia Bones, he said. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. What an honor! Amelia inclined her head. Mr. Addams? Please call me Gomez. He stepped aside, gesturing into the hallway. Won't you come in? I'd offer you tea, but I suspect you're not here for refreshments. Perceptive. One tries. Amelia entered the mansion. Behind her, her Aurors followed, Kingsley with his hand on his wand, Tonks with her eyes scanning every corner, Dawlish with his jaw set and his shoulders tense. The hallway was longer than it should have been. Much longer. The front door had opened onto what looked like a normal corridor, but as they walked, the corridor stretched. Doors appeared on either side, dozens of them, hundreds of them, each one different from the last. Some were covered in cobwebs. Some were made of bone. Some were simply holes in the wall, leading to darkness. The architecture takes some getting used to, Gomez said conversationally. Our ancestors had a flair for the dramatic. Where is Harry Potter? Amelia asked. Safe. Happy. Well fed. Gomez puffed on his cigar. All the things he wasn't at Privet Drive. You're admitting you took him. I'm admitting we rescued him. Gomez stopped in front of a door carved with ravens and roses. There's a difference, Madam Bones. A significant one. He pushed open the door. The room beyond was a parlor, warm, comfortable, filled with books and candlelight and the smell of old wood. Morticia Addams sat in a high-backed chair, a cup of tea in her hands, her dark hair spilling over her shoulders. She looked up as they entered and smiled, a thin, dangerous smile. Please, she said. Sit. Amelia sat. Her Oris remained standing. Morticia's dark eyes swept over them, assessing, cataloging, dismissing. You've come about Harry. I've come to take him back. No. The word wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. It was simply final. Amelia leaned forward. Mrs. Addams, with all due respect, you have no legal right to that child. The Dursleys were his appointed guardians, and regardless of how they treated him, the law is clear. The law. Morticia set down her teacup. Let's talk about the law, Madam Bones. The law that allows children to be locked in cupboards. The law that allows relatives to beat and starve and neglect their charges, as long as they do it behind closed doors. She folded her hands in her lap. The law that failed Harry Potter for 10 years. The Dursleys are being investigated. They should have been investigated a decade ago. Morticia's voice was silk wrapped around steel. But no one investigated, did they? Because Dumbledore asked you not to. Because the blood wards were more important than the boy who lived inside them. Amelia's jaw tightened. She had known about the blood wards. Everyone in the Ministry had known. But knowing and acting were different things, and Dumbledore's word carried weight that even the minister couldn't ignore. The situation is complicated, she said. It's not complicated at all. Wednesday's voice came from the doorway. The girl walked into the parlor, her black dress swishing, her braids swinging. She carried a book under her arm and a knife in her hand, not threateningly, just, casually, the way another child might carry a favorite toy. You're the girl who found him, Amelia said. I'm the girl who saved him. Wednesday sat on the arm of her mother's chair. The Dursleys locked him in a cupboard for 10 years. They beat him. They starved him. They told him his parents died in a car crash, a lie, by the way, that you and the Ministry helped perpetuate. The Ministry doesn't comment on. The Ministry does whatever Dumbledore tells it to do. Wednesday's dark eyes were cold. Dumbledore told you to leave Harry with the Dursleys. Dumbledore told you not to investigate. Dumbledore told you that the blood wards were more important than the child they protected. Amelia said nothing. She couldn't. Because everything Wednesday said was true. The Addams family doesn't answer to Dumbledore. Wednesday continued. We don't answer to the Ministry. We don't answer to anyone except ourselves. And we have decided, unanimously, that Harry Potter belongs with us. That's not your decision to make. Whose decision is it? Morticia asked softly. The Dursleys? They signed away their rights. The Ministry? You've shown no ability to protect him. Dumbledore? He left him in a cupboard. Amelia stood. Her Oris tensed. The Ministry will not abandon the boy who lived to a family we know nothing about, she said. We will investigate. We will litigate. We will do whatever it takes to bring Harry Potter back into the light. The light? Gomez laughed, a genuine laugh, warm and delighted. Madam Bones, the light is overrated. The dark is where real things grow. Roots. Secrets. Strength. We're taking the boy. No. Gomez set down his tea and cigar. You're not. The temperature dropped. The candles flickered. And something in the room shifted, something old and powerful and utterly unafraid. Amelia reached for her wand. Wednesday's knife was at her throat before her fingers touched the handle. No one had seen her move. One moment she was sitting on the arm of the chair. The next, she was standing beside Amelia, the blade pressed against the pulse point in her neck, her dark eyes staring into the older woman's face with an expression that could only be described as curious. Wednesday, Morticia said gently. We talked about this. She was reaching for her wand. She was reaching for her wand. Morticia agreed. But we don't stab ministry officials in the parlor. It's gauche. Wednesday held the knife for a moment longer. Then she stepped back, the blade disappearing into her dress, her expression unchanged. Apologies, she said flatly. Instinct. Amelia's heart pounded. She had faced Death Eaters. Had fought in the First War. Had seen things that still haunted her nightmares. But she had never, not once, felt fear like this. This girl. This child. This dark-eyed, blank-faced, impossibly fast child had moved like death itself. And she had smiled while doing it. Madam Bones, Morticia said, rising from her chair, I understand your position. You have a duty to the law. A duty to the public. A duty to the boy you believe needs rescuing. She walked toward Amelia. But I need you to understand something. Harry Potter is not a prisoner here. He is not a hostage. He is not a bargaining chip. She stopped inches from Amelia's face. He is our son. Our family. And we will protect him from anyone, who tries to take him away. Even the law? Especially the law. Morticia's dark eyes bored into Amelia's. The law failed him. We won't. The parlor fell silent. Even the fire seemed to hold its breath. Then, footsteps. Running footsteps. Harry Potter burst through the door, his glasses crooked, his hair a mess, his eyes wide with panic. Wednesday! Wednesday! Pugsley fell in the... He stopped. Saw the Oris. Saw Amelia Bones. Saw the tension in the room. And something in his expression changed. The panic didn't disappear, but it shifted. Became something harder. Something older. Something that had no business being on a 10-year-old's face. You're from the ministry, he said. Amelia nodded slowly. I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You're here to take me back. We're here to discuss your situation. Harry looked at Gomez. At Morticia. At Wednesday. Then he looked at Amelia. No, he said. Harry. No. His voice was calm. Steady. Completely unlike the frightened boy who had arrived at the mansion 6 weeks ago. I'm not going back to the Dursleys. I'm not going back to the cupboard. I'm not going back to being the boy who lives under the stairs. Harry, you don't understand. I understand perfectly. He walked to Wednesday's side and stood beside her, shoulder to shoulder, spine straight, chin raised. The Dursleys hurt me. For 10 years they hurt me. And no one stopped them. No one came. No one cared. That's not true. Isn't it? Harry's green eyes blazed. Where were you? Where was the ministry? Where was Dumbledore? He touched his scar. I was right there. In plain sight. In a house on a street called Privet Drive. And no one came. Amelia had no answer. Because he was right. They had all known. Not the details, maybe, not the cupboard or the beatings or the years of hunger. But they had known that the Dursleys were not good people. They had known that Harry Potter was not loved. And they had done nothing. If you try to take me away from here, Harry said, I'll fight you. I don't know how to use magic yet, not really, but I'll fight you anyway. Because this is my home. These are my people. And I'm not leaving. The room was silent. Then Wednesday smiled. Not her usual almost smile. A real smile. Small and sharp and fierce. Told you he was brave, she said. Amelia Bones looked at the two children standing side by side, the boy who lived with his scar and his courage, the Addams girl with her knife and her darkness. They were young. Too young for any of this. Too young for wars and prophecies and families that collected children like lost treasures. But they were also something else. Something the ministry had forgotten how to see. They were family. And family, Amelia knew, was the most dangerous thing in the world. She left the Addams mansion 2 hours later, alone. Her Oris had been dismissed. The investigation had been postponed. The file on Harry Potter had been closed. Temporarily, she told herself, but something in her chest knew the truth. She wasn't coming back. Not because she was afraid, though she was. Not because the Addamses had threatened her, though they had. But because she had seen Harry Potter's face when he stood beside Wednesday Addams. He wasn't a victim. He wasn't a prisoner. He was something she had never expected to find in a mansion of darkness and death. He was happy. And Amelia Bones, who had spent her entire career enforcing the law, suddenly understood that some things were more important than rules. Some things, like a boy who had finally found a home, were worth breaking every law in the book. She walked through the forest that wasn't on any map. The trees whispered as she passed. The streams flowed backward. The clearings held things she chose not to see. When she reached the portkey, she paused. Looked back. The mansion was gone. Swallowed by the trees, by the shadows, by the magic that protected it. But she could still feel it. Watching. Waiting. And somewhere inside, in a bedroom with a four-poster bed and a fireplace that crackled without wood, a small boy with green eyes was sleeping peacefully. For the first time in his life. Amelia Bones grabbed the portkey and disappeared. The ministry meeting was a disaster. Fudge had summoned everyone, the department heads, the senior Oris, the members of the Wisengamot. The room was packed with witches and wizards in formal robes, their faces grim, their whispers filling the chamber like smoke. Amelia stood at the center of the room, facing the minister, facing the judgment she knew was coming. "You're telling me," Fudge said slowly, "that you went to the Addams estate with 6 Oris and came back alone. I'm telling you that the Addams family is not our enemy. Not our enemy?" Fudge's voice rose. "They have the boy who lived. They refused to return him. They threatened a ministry official. Wednesday Addams is 10 years old," Amelia said calmly. "She threatened me with a knife. I could have disarmed her in a second. But you didn't." "No." Amelia met Fudge's eyes. "Because her mother would have killed me before my wand left my pocket." The chamber erupted. Fudge banged his gavel. "Order! Order!" When I looked into Harry Potter's eyes, Amelia continued, raising her voice over the chaos, "I didn't see a hostage. I didn't see a victim. I saw a child who had been given something the Dursleys never gave him. And what's that? Hope." The words silenced the room. Amelia looked around the chamber, at the witches and wizards who had spent years ignoring the boy who lived, who had left him with muggles and forgotten about him until he disappeared. "The Addamses are strange," she said. "They're dark. They're dangerous. But they love that boy. Truly love him. And I'm not sure we have the right to take him away from the first people who've ever shown him kindness." Fudge stared at her. The Wisengamot stared at her. The silence stretched. Then, from the back of the room, "Madam Bones speaks the truth." Everyone turned. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his silver beard gleaming, his half-moon spectacles perched on his nose. He walked into the chamber with the slow, measured steps of a man who had nothing to prove. "I visited the Addams estate 3 weeks ago," he said. "I spoke with the family. I observed the boy." He stopped beside Amelia. "Harry Potter is not being harmed. He is not being held against his will. He is being cared for, truly cared for for the first time in his life. Headmaster, Fudge spluttered. You can't seriously be suggesting we leave the boy with. I'm suggesting, Dumbledore interrupted, that we have no legal grounds to remove him. The Dursleys signed away their guardianship. The Addamses have broken no laws. And Harry himself has made his wishes clear. He's 10 years old. His wishes don't. His wishes matter. Dumbledore's blue eyes were cold. They should have mattered 10 years ago. They didn't. And we are all responsible for the consequences. The chamber fell silent. Fudge's face was pale. Amelia stepped back, letting Dumbledore take the spotlight she had never wanted. The Addams family is not a threat, Dumbledore said. Not to Harry. Not to the Ministry. Not to the magical world. He paused. But they are a reminder. A reminder that we failed the child. That we left him in darkness while we argued about paperwork and politics and the greater good. He turned to leave. Then stopped. If anyone in this chamber wishes to visit Harry Potter, to see for themselves that he is safe and happy, I encourage you to contact the Addams family directly. He smiled, a thin, tired smile. I'm sure they'd be delighted to host you. He left. The chamber erupted again. But Amelia Bones didn't stay to listen. She walked out of the Ministry, into the cold London air, and looked up at the sky. Somewhere out there, in a mansion that didn't exist on any map, Harry Potter was laughing. And for the first time in weeks, Amelia smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. It was something else. Something like hope. Chapter 9, Harry discovers Addams' magic. The basement of the Addams mansion was not like the Dursleys' basement. For one thing, the Dursleys' basement had been dark and damp and full of spiderwebs, a place of punishment, of locked doors, of things forgotten. The Addams' basement was also dark and damp and full of spiderwebs, but the spiders were friendly, the darkness was warm, and the only things forgotten were the people who had crossed the family. Harry stood at the bottom of the spiral staircase, his bare feet cold on the stone floor, his eyes wide as he took in the room around him. Candles floated in the air, hundreds of them, maybe thousands there. Flames flickering in colors he'd never seen before. Green. Purple. Blue so deep it looked like black. The walls were lined with shelves filled with jars, and the jars contained things that moved. Things that glowed. Things that watched him back. This is where the real magic happens, Grandmama said from behind him. Harry turned. The old woman stood at the bottom of the stairs, her wild gray hair floating around her head like a storm cloud, her mismatched eyes gleaming with something that looked like excitement. She carried a leather satchel over one shoulder, and from the satchel came sounds, clinking, hissing, and what might have been singing. The real magic? Harry asked. Not the fancy stuff they teach at Hogwarts. Not the waving and the pointing and the pretty lights. Grandmama cackled. This is earth magic. Blood magic. The kind that comes from the ground beneath your feet and the bones of your ancestors. She walked past him, her gnarled hands trailing along the shelves, occasionally tapping a jar that hissed or spat in response. The Addams family has been practicing this magic for centuries, she continued. Long before there was a ministry. Long before there was a Hogwarts. Long before there were wands and robes and all that nonsense. Doesn't everyone use wands? Everyone who wants to be limited. Grandmama stopped in front of a large cauldron, brass and blackened, big enough to hold 3 Pugsleys. Wands are crutches, boy. They focus magic, yes. They make it easier to control. But they also put walls around what you can do. Walls that wizards have forgotten are even there. Harry approached the cauldron. The liquid inside was thick and dark, like molasses, but it moved on its own, swirling, pulsing, occasionally forming shapes that looked almost like faces. What's in here? Everything. Grandmama grinned, showing too many teeth. Moonlight from a lunar eclipse. Tears from a widow who never remarried. Soil from a grave where someone was buried. Alive. She winked. And a pinch of something I'm not allowed to tell you about. That sounds dangerous. Magic is dangerous, boy. Anyone who tells you otherwise is trying to sell you something. Harry looked at his hands. Pale. Small. The hands of a boy who had spent 10 years hiding, surviving, waiting. He had felt his magic before, felt it surging inside him when he was angry or scared or desperate. But he had never understood it. Never controlled it. Now, standing in this basement filled with ancient things and older magic, he wondered if he could learn. Where do we start? He asked. Grandmama's grin softened into something almost kind. We start with you. The first lesson was about feeling. Not emotions, though those came later. This was physical feeling. Tactile. The way magic moved through the body like blood through veins. Close your eyes, Grandmama commanded. Harry closed his eyes. Breathe in. Deep. Through your nose. He breathed. Now hold it. Count to 7 in your head. 1, 2, 3. Harry counted. Now exhale. Slowly. Through your mouth. Feel the air leaving your lungs. Feel your chest falling. Feel the space where the air used to be. He exhaled. Something shifted inside him. Not painfully, not like the scar burning or the accidental magic exploding outward. This was gentler. Quieter. Like something waking up after a long sleep. Good, Grandmama said. Now do it again. But this time, when you breathe in, imagine you're breathing in light. Light? Your magic, boy. It's not dark. It's not light. It's just power. But imagining it as light helps you find it. Harry breathed. He imagined light, green light, like his mother's eyes, like the killing curse that had missed him, like the strange glow that sometimes pulsed beneath his skin. The light answered. He felt it, really felt it, for the first time. A warmth spreading through his chest, down his arms, into his fingers. His hands tingled. The air around him shimmered. Open your eyes, Grandmama said. Harry opened his eyes. His hands were glowing. Not the harsh, wild glow of accidental magic, the kind that shattered glass and made doors fly open. This was softer. Calmer. A gentle green luminescence that pulsed with his heartbeat. That's you, Grandmama said. That's your magic. Not borrowed. Not channeled through a wand. Just you. Harry stared at his hands. I didn't know it could look like this, he whispered. Most wizards never see their magic. They're too busy pointing sticks and saying fancy words. Grandmama reached out and placed her wrinkled hand over his. Her skin was cold, but the coldness didn't bother him. Your magic has been locked away for a long time, boy. Locked in that cupboard with you. Locked behind walls of fear and pain and lies. But it's still there. It's still there. She squeezed his hands. And now we're going to teach it to come out and play. The second lesson was about intention. Magic isn't about what you say, Grandmama explained, stirring the cauldron with a ladle that seemed to be made of bone. It's about what you mean. Words are just containers. They hold the meaning, but they're not the meaning itself. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, a small cauldron in front of him filled with water that Grandmama had collected from somewhere special. The water was clear, but when Harry looked into it, he saw things. Faces. Places. A flash of green light. What do you mean, containers? Grandmama set down her ladle and sat across from him, her knees cracking. Imagine you want to tell someone you love them. You can say the words I love you in 100 different ways. Whispered. Shouted. Written in a letter. Carved into a tree. She leaned forward. The words are the same. But the meaning changes depending on how you say them. Depending on what you feel when you say them. Harry nodded slowly. So magic is like that. It's not about the words, it's about what you feel when you say them. Exactly. Grandmama pointed at his cauldron. Now, make the water rise. Harry blinked. How? However you want. He looked at the water. Clear. Still. Reflecting his own face back at him, the scar, the glasses, the green eyes that looked so much like his mother's. He thought about rising, about floating, about the feeling of being lifted, carried, held. The water trembled. A single droplet rose from the surface, hovering in the air, catching the candlelight, spinning slowly like a tiny planet. Harry held his breath. The droplet rose higher. Then another droplet joined it. Then another. Soon, a stream of water was flowing upward from the cauldron, defying gravity, dancing in the air like a serpent made of liquid glass. Good, Grandmama said. Now bring it down. Harry thought about falling. About sinking. About the weight of water returning to water. The stream reversed, flowing back into the cauldron without a single drop spilled. Grandmama cackled. You're a natural, boy. A natural. Harry looked at his hands. They weren't glowing anymore. But something inside him was, something that felt like possibility. Can I learn to do other things? He asked. Things that aren't just moving water? You can learn to do anything, boy. Anything you're brave enough to imagine. Grandmama stood, her joints popping. But first, lunch. Magic works better on a full stomach. Lunch was chaos, as always. The Addams dining table stretched long and dark, covered with dishes that steamed and smoked and occasionally tried to escape. Pugsley was feeding his pet griffin under the table. Thing was passing the salt, literally passing it, scuttling across the tablecloth with the shaker balanced on his fingers. Lurch stood in the corner, playing funeral dirges on a harpsichord that had definitely not been there yesterday. Wednesday sat beside Harry, her plate untouched, her dark eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made him squirm. What? He asked. Grandmama says you made water rise. It was just a droplet. Mother says the first time she tried magic, she set the curtains on fire. Was that accidental? No. Wednesday's lips twitched. She was angry. Harry smiled. He was smiling more these days, small smiles, tentative smiles, but smiles nonetheless. The muscles in his face were still learning the shape of happiness. Grandmama says I'm a natural. Grandmama says everyone is a natural. It's her way of encouraging people. Wednesday finally picked up her fork. But she doesn't usually spend this much time on new students. She thinks you're special. I'm not special. You're the boy who lived. You survived the killing curse. You have a piece of the Dark Lord's soul stuck in your forehead. Wednesday speared a piece of something purple. You're special. Harry touched his scar. Do you think it will ever go away? No. Not even with Addams' magic? Wednesday chewed thoughtfully. Addams' magic isn't about removing things. It's about accepting them. Transforming them. Making them part of who you are. She swallowed. Your scar is part of you, Harry. It will always be part of you. The question isn't whether you can remove it. The question is whether you can use it. Use it how? Wednesday didn't answer. She just looked at him, those dark, depthless eyes, and went back to eating. The third lesson was about shadow. Grandmama led Harry to a part of the basement he hadn't seen before, a circular room with no windows, no candles, no light at all. The darkness was absolute. Complete. Harry couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Don't be afraid. Grandmama's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. The dark can't hurt you. Only the things in it can hurt you. And right now, there's nothing in here except us. Where are you? Harry asked. Everywhere. Nowhere. A pause. Close your eyes. Harry closed his eyes. It didn't make a difference. The darkness behind his lids was the same as the darkness in front of them. No, Grandmama said. Find the shadows inside you. The shadows inside me? Everyone has shadows, boy. The parts of themselves they hide. The parts they're ashamed of. The parts that scare them. Her voice was softer now, gentler. You've been hiding your shadows for a long time. In the cupboard. In your silence. In the way you make yourself small so no one will notice you. Harry's throat tightened. But your shadows aren't weaknesses, boy. They're power. Untapped power. The power that comes from surviving things that should have broken you. What do I do? Reach inside. Find the darkest part of yourself. The part that hates the Dursleys. The part that wants to hurt them back. The part that dreams of fire and vengeance and the sweet taste of revenge. Harry didn't want to find that part. He had spent 10 years burying it, pushing it down, locking it away, telling himself that he was good, that he was kind, that he wasn't like the people who had hurt him. But Grandmama's voice was insistent. Everyone has darkness, boy. Even the best of us. Especially the best of us. The question isn't whether you have it. The question is whether you control it, or it controls you. Harry reached inside. It was easier than he expected. The darkness was there, waiting for him, like an old friend he'd forgotten. It tasted like anger. Like fear. Like the 10,000 small cruelties he had endured without flinching. But underneath the anger, underneath the fear, there was something else. Something cold and sharp and patient. Something that had been watching the Dursleys for years, counting their sins, waiting for the day when it could finally. Good, Grandmama whispered. You found it. Harry opened his eyes. The room wasn't dark anymore. Shadows moved along the walls, not cast by anything, just moving, dancing, taking shapes that almost looked like people. Your shadow, Grandmama said. Your magic. Your darkness. All the same thing, really. Harry watched the shadows move. They weren't frightening. They were beautiful. It's part of you now. Grandmama continued. The part you were too afraid to face. But facing it doesn't make you evil, boy. Facing it makes you whole. Harry raised his hand. The shadows raised with it. They wrapped around his fingers like gloves, cold and warm at the same time, solid and insubstantial. What can I do with them? Anything you can imagine. Shadows are the space between light and dark. Between what is and what isn't. Between what people see and what they hide. Harry imagined the shadows becoming a shield. They solidified in front of him, a wall of darkness, impenetrable and strong. He imagined them becoming a blade. The wall shifted, condensed, became a sword made of shadow and starlight. He imagined them becoming wings. The shadows exploded outward, great dark wings unfurling from his shoulders, stretching across the room, brushing against the walls. Harry laughed. It was a wild laugh, half fear, half joy, the laugh of someone discovering that the monster under the bed was actually a friend. Beautiful, Grandmama said. Absolutely beautiful. Wednesday was waiting for him at the top of the stairs. She looked at him, at the shadows still clinging to his shoulders, at the light in his eyes, at the smile on his face, and nodded. You felt it, she said. I felt it. The darkness. The power. Harry let the shadows dissolve, sinking back into his skin like water into sand. It didn't feel evil, Wednesday. It felt natural. Like breathing. The Ministry would call it dark magic. The Ministry calls everything they don't understand dark magic. Wednesday almost smiled. You're learning. Harry sat on the top step, his legs dangling over the edge. Wednesday sat beside him, not touching, but close. Close enough that he could feel the coldness radiating from her skin. Grandmama says I have to learn control. That the shadows could consume me if I let them. She's right. Has that happened to anyone in your family? Wednesday was quiet for a moment. An uncle. Great-uncle, actually. He went into the shadows and never came back. Harry's blood went cold. What happened to him? He became part of the house. You can still hear him sometimes, in the walls, in the floors, in the way the doors creak when no one's there. Wednesday looked at her hands. He's not unhappy. But he's not him anymore. Will that happen to me? Not if you're careful. Not if you remember who you are. She turned to face him. The shadows are drawn to people who are lost. People who don't know themselves. But you're not lost anymore, Harry. You're found. Harry thought about that. He had been lost for so long, lost in the cupboard, lost in the darkness, lost in the lie that he was worthless and alone. But now he had a family, a home, a purpose, and shadows that answered when he called. I won't get lost, he said. I know. Wednesday stood and held out her hand. Come on. Pugsley wants to show you his new crossbow. Harry took her hand. Her fingers were cold. His were warm. Together they walked back into the light. That night, Harry sat in his room and practiced. The shadows came easily now, too easily, almost. They slipped from his fingers like silk, forming shapes, objects, creatures that dissolved when he stopped concentrating. He made a dog. A bird. A copy of himself that smiled with too many teeth. Thing watched from the nightstand, tapping its fingers in approval. Harry dismissed the shadows and lay back on his bed. The ceiling above him was dark, not painted dark, but genuinely dark, like a piece of night sky had been pressed into the stone. Sometimes, when he stared long enough, he could see stars moving in that darkness. He touched his scar. The raised lines were warm, not painful, just present. Aware. You're part of me too, he whispered. Aren't you? The scar didn't answer. But Harry felt something shift inside it, something that might have been acknowledgement. He closed his eyes and dreamed of shadows dancing in a forest made of light. The fourth lesson was about sacrifice. Grandmama sat Harry in front of the fireplace in the library, not the basement this time, but the main library, where the books whispered and the portraits watched. Magic requires balance, she said. You can't create something from nothing. Every spell, every potion, every transformation takes something from the caster. What does it take? Depends on the magic. Normal magic, wand magic, takes energy. You get tired. You get hungry. You sleep it off. She poked the fire with an iron poker. But older magic, deeper magic, that takes more. Like what? Grandmama was quiet for a long moment. The fire crackled. The books whispered. Memories, she said finally. Emotions. Years of your life. Sometimes. She looked at him, really looked at him. Sometimes blood. Harry's hand went to his scar. My mother's sacrifice. Your mother gave her life for you, boy. That's the oldest magic there is. The strongest. The kind that leaves marks. She gestured at his forehead. That scar isn't just a scar. It's a receipt. A record of what she paid to keep you safe. Harry's eyes burned. I didn't ask her to. Love doesn't ask permission, boy. It just gives. He thought about his mother. About the red-haired woman in the field, laughing, holding him, telling him she was proud. What can I give? He asked. What do I have to offer? Grandmama smiled, a sad smile, old and tired. Everything, she said. Eventually. That's the price of powerful magic. It takes everything you have and asks for more. Then why do it? Because sometimes, not always, but sometimes, the thing you're protecting is worth the price. She stood and walked to the door. Think about that tonight, boy. Tomorrow, we start learning blood magic. And once you start, you can't go back. She left. Harry sat alone in the library, staring at the fire. The flames danced. The shadows danced with them. And somewhere deep inside him, deeper than the cupboard, deeper than the scar, deeper than the darkness, something woke up and began to listen. The next morning, Harry found Wednesday in the cemetery. She was sitting on the stone bench beneath the yew tree, her book open in her lap, her dark eyes fixed on a grave that read, Wednesday Addams, not yet. Harry sat beside her. Grandmama wants to teach me blood magic. I know. She says I can't go back once I start. She's right. Harry looked at the grave. At his name. At the words that promised he belonged here, in this strange dark family, forever. What would you do? He asked. If you were me? Wednesday closed her book. I would learn everything, she said. Every spell. Every potion. Every secret. Because the world is full of people who want to hurt you, Harry. The Dursleys. Voldemort. Even Dumbledore, in his way. The only way to protect yourself, to protect the people you love, is to be stronger than them. Stronger how? Any way you can. Wednesday stood and held out her hand, the same gesture she'd made 100 times before. Harry took it. Teach me, he said. Wednesday's lips twitched. I intend to. The blood magic lesson was not what Harry expected. He had braced himself for pain, for cuts and scars and the copper taste of blood on his tongue. Instead, Grandmama pricked his finger with a silver needle, a tiny prick, barely a pinprick, and caught the single drop of blood in a crystal vial. That's all? Harry asked. That's all. Grandmama held the vial up to the candlelight. The blood inside seemed to glow, bright red, almost gold, pulsing with a light that came from somewhere deeper than the physical. What can you do with that? Everything. Grandmama set the vial in a stand and began adding ingredients: a feather, a stone, a lock of hair that might have been Harry's. Blood is memory, boy. Blood is identity. Blood is the story of who you are and where you come from. She stirred the mixture with a wand, not a magical wand, just a stick she'd found somewhere, and chanted under her breath in words Harry didn't understand. The liquid in the vial changed color. Red to gold to green. Green to black. Black to clear. And then, Harry saw himself. Not in the vial, in his mind. Flashes of memory. The cupboard. The Dursleys. The day Wednesday found him. The first night in the mansion. The tree in the greenhouse. His mother's arms around him. Your blood remembers everything, Grandmama said. Every joy. Every sorrow. Every moment of every day you've been alive. Why does that matter? Because magic is about intention, boy. And intention comes from memory. From experience. From the things that have shaped you. She poured the clear liquid into a smaller vial and handed it to him. Keep this with you. Always. It's a map of who you are. If you ever get lost, if the shadows start to take over, this will remind you. Harry held the vial. It was warm. It was his. Thank you, he said. Grandmama waved her hand. Don't thank me yet, boy. We've only just begun. That night, Harry placed the vial on his nightstand, beside the photograph of his parents. He looked at his reflection in the glass. The scar. The glasses. The green eyes. But there was something else now. Something that hadn't been there before. Confidence. Not arrogance, not the kind that came from believing you were better than everyone else. Just the quiet certainty of someone who knew who they were. He was Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The boy from the cupboard. The boy with shadows in his blood and magic in his bones. And he was in Addams. The last thought should have felt strange. Wrong. He had only been with the family for a few months. But it didn't feel wrong. It felt like coming home. Harry closed his eyes. The shadows wrapped around him like a blanket, warm and cold at the same time, solid and insubstantial. And for the first time in his life, he dreamed of nothing at all. Just peace. Just darkness. Just the quiet hum of magic, flowing through his veins like blood, like breath, like the heartbeat of the world. Tomorrow, there would be more lessons. More power. More secrets. But tonight, Harry slept. Chapter 10, Hogwarts letters arrive. The morning it happened, Harry was in the library. Not the hidden library beneath the mansion, the regular one, the one with windows that looked out over the garden and books that didn't try to bite. He sat in a leather armchair by the fire, a thick volume open on his lap, his cracked glasses balanced on his nose. The book was called A History of Magical Families, and Harry had been reading it for 3 days, searching for any mention of the Potters, the Addamses, or the strange scar on his forehead. Wednesday sat across from him, reading a book that appeared to be written in Latin. Or possibly ancient Greek. Or possibly something that wasn't a language at all, just shapes that looked like words if you didn't stare too hard. The morning was quiet. Too quiet. Harry looked up from his book and frowned. Does the house seem different today? Wednesday didn't look up. The house is always different. No, I mean. He paused. Listened. The walls aren't breathing. Wednesday closed her book. She was right. The walls weren't breathing. The familiar pulse of the mansion, the gentle rise and fall that Harry had grown so accustomed to, had stopped. The portraits weren't whispering. The floors weren't creaking. Even the fire seemed to be holding its breath. Something was coming. The front door exploded inward. Not literally, the door remained intact, still hanging on its iron hinges. But something slammed against it from the outside, something with force and fury and the unmistakable feeling of magic. Harry dropped his book. Wednesday was already on her feet, her knife in her hand, her dark eyes fixed on the door. Stay behind me, she said. No. Harry. I said no. They stood side by side as the front door rattled again. And again. And again. Then silence. The door swung open. No one was there. But something was. Dozens of somethings. Envelopes. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, pouring through the open doorway like a flood of cream-colored paper. They swirled through the foyer, up the stairs, into the library, around Harry's head, around Wednesday's, around every corner and crevice of the Addams mansion. Harry grabbed one out of the air. The envelope was heavy, thick parchment, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Addams Potter. The bedroom at the end of the hall. Addams mansion. The place that doesn't exist on any map. Harry stared at the address. His name. His room. His home. But the envelope hadn't come from the Dursleys. It hadn't come from the ministry. It hadn't come from anyone he knew. The seal was crimson wax, stamped with a crest, a lion, a badger, an eagle, and a snake surrounding a letter H. Hogwarts, Wednesday said. Harry looked at her. What? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She reached out and plucked the envelope from his fingers. It's a magical school. The magical school. In Britain, at least. Dumbledore is the headmaster. Why are they writing to me? Because you're 11. Wednesday turned the envelope over in her hands. Or you will be soon. Hogwarts sends letters to every magical child in Britain when they come of age. Harry's heart pounded. A school. A magical school. A place where he could learn to control his powers, to understand his scar, to become something more than the boy from the cupboard. They want me, he said. They want me to come. Wednesday's expression didn't change. They want the boy who lived. There's a difference. The envelopes were still pouring through the front door, hundreds of them. Maybe thousands, filling the mansion like snow. Some were addressed to Harry. Some were addressed to Wednesday. Some were addressed to Pugsley, even though he was only 10. Gomez appeared at the top of the stairs, his mustache twitching with delight. Hogwarts letters! He exclaimed. Marvelous! I remember mine. Came through the chimney, if I recall. Set the whole house on fire. Gomez, Morticia said, gliding up behind him. The letters. I see them, cara mia. There are thousands of them. I know. Gomez descended the stairs, stepping over envelopes like they were autumn leaves. It seems Hogwarts is eager to recruit our children. Or to find Harry, Wednesday said flatly. Gomez's smile didn't waver, but something in his eyes sharpened. Perhaps both. The letters did not stop. They came through the windows, through the walls, through the fireplace. They came addressed to every possible variation of Harry's name: Harry Potter, Harry Addams Potter, even just the boy in the cupboard. That one made Wednesday's eye twitch. By noon, the foyer was knee-deep in envelopes. By evening, the entire first floor was buried. Harry stood in the middle of the chaos, an unopened letter in each hand, his mind racing. He had read the first one, the standard letter, the one that explained Hogwarts, listed the required supplies, invited him to attend starting September 1st. It was everything he had never dared to dream. A school where he wouldn't be a freak. A school where his magic was normal. A school where he might finally belong. "Don't get your hopes up," Wednesday said, appearing beside him. She had a letter of her own, addressed to W. Addams, the darkest corner of the library, and she was reading it with an expression of mild interest. "Why not?" "Because Dumbledore wants something from you. He always wants something from everyone. You don't know that." "I know Dumbledore." Wednesday folded her letter and tucked it into her dress. "Everyone knows Dumbledore. He's the most powerful wizard alive. He defeated Grindelwald. He's the only person Voldemort ever feared." She looked at Harry. "And he left you with the Dursleys for 10 years. Harry's hands tightened on the letters. "He had his reasons. Everyone has reasons. That doesn't make them good reasons." Gomez clapped his hands, drawing their attention. He was standing on a pile of envelopes, his arms spread wide, his grin enormous. "Family meeting," he announced. "In the parlor." Now, the parlor was the only room in the mansion not filled with letters. Morticia had enchanted the door to repel them, and the effect was immediate. Envelopes slid off the wood like water off oil, piling up in the hallway instead. The family gathered inside, Gomez and Morticia in their usual chairs, Grandmama in the corner stirring a cauldron that definitely hadn't been there before, Lurch standing by the fireplace, Pugsley on the floor playing with his griffin, and Wednesday and Harry on the sofa. Things scuttled across the coffee table and gave a thumbs up. "We have a situation," Gomez said. "Hogwarts wants our children." "They want Harry," Wednesday corrected. "They want all of you." Gomez pulled a letter from his jacket, crumpled, singed, and clearly the one that had come through the chimney. "I received this personally. From Dumbledore." Morticia raised an eyebrow. "What does it say?" Gomez unfolded the letter and read aloud. "Dear Mr. Addams, I write to you regarding the upcoming Hogwarts term. As you may know, it is customary for all magical children in Britain to receive an invitation to attend our school upon their 11th birthday. It has come to my attention that your daughter, Wednesday, will turn 11 this November, and your adopted son, Harry, will turn 11 in July. Both are eligible to attend Hogwarts starting September 1st. I understand that your family has unique traditions. However, I believe that Hogwarts has much to offer both Wednesday and Harry. I invite you to visit the school at your earliest convenience, so that we may discuss their education in person. Respectfully, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Gomez folded the letter and tucked it back into his jacket. "He wants us to visit," he said, "to discuss their education. He wants to get Harry alone," Wednesday said. "To manipulate him." "Wednesday." Morticia's voice was gentle but firm. "You don't know that. I know Dumbledore. You know of Dumbledore. There's a difference." Wednesday's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Harry looked around the room, at his new family, at the people who had saved him, at the home where he had finally learned what it meant to be safe. "What do you think I should do?" he asked. The room fell silent. Gomez and Morticia exchanged a glance. Grandmama stopped stirring her cauldron. Pugsley looked up from his griffin. "What do you want to do?" Morticia asked. Harry thought about it. He thought about the cupboard. About the years of hiding, of waiting, of dreaming about a world where he mattered. He thought about the magic inside him, the shadows, the light, the power that had been locked away for so long. He thought about his parents, about the field where they had held him, about the words they had whispered before fading away. "I want to go," he said. "I want to learn. I want to understand." He touched his scar. "I want to know why I survived." Wednesday looked at him. For a long moment she didn't speak. Then she said, "If you go, I go. Wednesday. I'm not letting you face that place alone." Her voice was flat, final. "Hogwarts is full of people who will either worship you or hate you. Neither is safe. You need someone who sees you, really sees you. Someone who isn't impressed by the scar or the prophecy or the fame. And you're that someone? I'm the only someone who matters. Gomez cleared his throat. Well then. It seems we're taking a trip to Hogwarts. Morticia smiled, a thin, dangerous smile. I'll prepare the hearse. The visit was scheduled for the following week. Harry spent the intervening days in a state of nervous anticipation. He practiced his shadow magic in secret, afraid that Hogwarts wouldn't approve. He read every book he could find about the school, its history, its houses, its secrets. He asked Wednesday 1,000 questions, most of which she answered with a single word or a meaningful silence. But mostly, he thought about Dumbledore. The man who had left him with the Dursleys. The man who had visited the mansion and spoken with the Addamses. The man who, according to everyone, was the greatest wizard alive. What did he want? Why had he waited so long to reach out? And why did Harry feel like he was walking into a trap he couldn't see? The night before the visit, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed, staring at the ceiling, the vial of his blood warm against his chest. Things sat on the nightstand, keeping watch, occasionally tapping its fingers in patterns that spelled out words Harry couldn't read. The door creaked open. Wednesday slipped inside, silent as always. She climbed onto his bed and sat beside him, her back against the headboard, her dark eyes fixed on the window. You're thinking about Dumbledore, she said. Everyone thinks about Dumbledore. Not everyone. Just people who have something he wants. Harry turned his head to look at her. What does he want from me? Wednesday was quiet for a moment. He wants the prophecy. What prophecy? The one about you and Voldemort. The one that says either can live while the other survives. She pulled her knees to her chest. Dumbledore has known about it since before you were born. It's why he placed you with the Dursleys. It's why he left you there. He needed you to suffer, to be desperate, to be grateful when he finally showed up to save you. That's not. It's exactly what he did. Wednesday's voice was cold. He's a strategist, Harry. He plays the long game. He's been playing it since before you were born. Harry sat up. Then why did he let the Addamses take me? If he wanted to control me, why didn't he stop you? Because he couldn't. Wednesday's eyes met his. He didn't expect us. He didn't expect a family that would take you in, that would protect you, that would teach you to think for yourself. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. So now he's trying a different approach. Now he's trying to bring you into his world. Hogwarts. His rules. His influence. Wednesday reached out and took his hand. That's why I'm coming with you. To make sure you don't forget who you are. Harry squeezed her fingers. I won't forget. Good. Because if you do, I'll remind you. She paused. Violently if necessary. Harry almost laughed. I know. They sat in silence, watching the stars through the window. The mansion breathed around them, slow, steady, reassuring. You're scared, Wednesday said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Good. Fear keeps you alive. She leaned her head against his shoulder, a rare gesture, one she only made when she was sure no one else was watching. But don't let it control you. You're stronger than you know, Harry. Stronger than Dumbledore. Stronger than Voldemort. Stronger than anyone at Hogwarts. How do you know? Because I've seen you. In the cemetery. In the greenhouse. In the basement with Grandmama. She closed her eyes. You're not just the boy who lived. You're the boy who survived. And surviving is the first step to winning. Harry leaned his head against hers. Thank you, Wednesday. For what? For everything. She didn't respond. But she didn't pull away either. The next morning, the family gathered in the foyer. The letters had finally stopped. Apparently, Hogwarts had run out of envelopes. But the mansion was still buried in parchment. Lurch had been shoveling them into the fireplace for hours, and the smoke smelled faintly of magic and old secrets. The hearse waited outside, polished and gleaming, its engine rumbling like distant thunder. Gomez wore his best suit, black velvet with a blood-red tie. Morticia wore a floor-length gown that seemed to absorb the light around it. Grandmama had put on a hat that looked like a dead raven. Pugsley had his griffin on a leash. Wednesday wore her usual black dress, but Harry noticed she had added a small silver dagger to her belt. Harry himself wore clothes that Gomez had ordered from a wizard tailor, black trousers, a dark green sweater, a cloak that felt like it was made of shadows. His glasses were still cracked. He was too attached to them to replace them, but he had polished the lenses until they gleamed. "You look like an Addams," Morticia said, appraising him. "I feel like an Addams." "Good." She kissed his forehead, lightly, gently, the way a mother kissed a son. "Because you are one. No matter what happens at Hogwarts. No matter what Dumbledore says. You are ours." Harry's throat tightened. "I know," he said. "Then let's go." Gomez clapped his hands. "Hogwarts awaits!" The journey to Hogwarts took longer than expected. The hearse drove through forests that weren't on any map, across bridges that appeared only when needed, past villages that Harry had never seen and would never see again. Wednesday sat beside him, her book open in her lap, but she wasn't reading. She was watching the landscape, watching for threats, for traps, for anything that didn't belong. "She's protective," Morticia observed from the front seat. "She's Wednesday," Harry said, as if that explained everything. Morticia smiled. "Yes. She is." The hearse stopped at the edge of a great black lake. Across the water, Harry could see the castle, towering spires, gleaming windows, bridges that connected towers and turrets in a beautiful, impossible architecture. It was the most magnificent thing he had ever seen. "Hogwarts," Gomez said softly. "I remember the first time I saw it. Took my breath away." "It's taking mine," Harry admitted. Wednesday closed her book. "It's just a building. Buildings can be burned." Wednesday. "What?" "It's true." A small boat appeared on the shore of the lake, wooden, old, clearly enchanted. It bobbed gently in the water, waiting. "The boats are for students," Morticia said. "But given the circumstances, I think we can make an exception." The family piled into the boat, Gomez and Morticia in the back, Grandmama and Pugsley in the middle, Wednesday and Harry in the front. Lurch stood at the shore, too large for the vessel, and watched with his empty eyes. The boat moved without oars. Across the black lake. Toward the castle. Toward Dumbledore. Toward a future that Harry couldn't predict but was determined to face. Wednesday's hand found his under the blanket. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Harry squeezed her fingers and watched the castle grow larger. Whatever waited for him inside those ancient walls, he wouldn't face it alone. Dumbledore met them at the entrance. He stood in the great oak doors, his silver beard gleaming in the torchlight, his half-moon spectacles perched on his nose. He looked old, older than Harry remembered from the photograph, older than the stories suggested. But his blue eyes were sharp, and his smile was warm. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Gomez stepped forward and shook his hand, firmly, almost aggressively. "Thank you for having us, Headmaster." "The pleasure is mine." Dumbledore's eyes moved to Harry. "And you must be Harry. My word, you look like your father. But you have your mother's eyes." Harry didn't know what to say. So he said nothing. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something in his eyes flickered, surprise, perhaps, or concern. "Please," he said, stepping aside. "Come in. I've prepared tea." The family filed into the castle. Harry walked beside Wednesday, their shoulders almost touching, their hands hidden beneath the folds of their cloaks. The great doors closed behind them. And Hogwarts, ancient, powerful, full of secrets, began to watch. Chapter 11 Dumbledore visits the mansion. The headmaster's office was not what Harry expected. He had braced himself for something grand, golden thrones, ancient artifacts, the trappings of power that Dumbledore had accumulated over his long life. Instead, the room was warm and cluttered and almost cozy. Books piled on every surface. Silver instruments whirring on the desk. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses dozing in their frames, occasionally opening one eye to peer at the visitors. And Fawkes. The phoenix perched on a golden stand beside the desk, his scarlet and gold feathers gleaming in the candlelight. He was beautiful, terribly beautiful, and when he looked at Harry, something in the boy's chest tightened with recognition. Phoenix. Fire. Rebirth. The same magic that had saved him from the killing curse. Please, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the chairs arranged before his desk. Sit. The Addamses sat. Harry sat between Wednesday and Morticia, with Gomez on Morticia's other side. Grandmama had refused to enter the office, she said it smelled like old man and older secrets, and was waiting in the corridor with Pugsley and Lurch. Thing had hidden in Harry's pocket, and Harry could feel the hand's fingers tapping nervously against his thigh. Dumbledore settled behind his desk and steepled his fingers. Thank you for coming, he said. I know this is unusual. The Addams family has not set foot in Hogwarts for many generations. We prefer to educate our children at home, Morticia said smoothly. Indeed. And yet here you are. Here we are. Dumbledore's blue eyes moved to Harry. May I offer you a lemon drop, Harry? They're quite delightful. No, thank you. The refusal was polite but firm. Harry had learned from Wednesday that accepting gifts from powerful people was dangerous. It created obligations, debts, strings that could be pulled later. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something in his eyes shifted. Very well. He set down the lemon drop jar and folded his hands on the desk. I'll be direct. Harry Potter is a very special boy. The wizarding world has waited 10 years to see him come into his magic. Hogwarts is where he belongs, where he can learn, grow, and fulfill his destiny. His destiny? Gomez's eyebrow rose. The prophecy. The word hung in the air. Harry's scar tingled. What prophecy? Wednesday asked. Dumbledore looked at her, really looked at her, for the first time. His expression was unreadable. A prophecy made shortly before Harry was born. It foretold that a child born at the end of July would have the power to defeat Lord Voldemort. He paused. That child was Harry. So you've been planning his life since before he was born, Wednesday said. Deciding where he would live, who would raise him, what he would become. I've been trying to protect him. By leaving him with people who locked him in a cupboard. The temperature in the room dropped. Dumbledore's face remained calm, but his knuckles whitened where they gripped each other. The blood wards. The blood wards were an excuse. Wednesday's voice was flat, emotionless, but her dark eyes burned. You needed Harry to call Privet Drive home. You needed the protection of his mother's blood to keep him safe from Voldemort's followers. But you didn't need to leave him there for 10 years. You didn't need to let him suffer. There were considerations. Considerations. Wednesday stood up. He was beaten. Starved. Locked in a cupboard like an animal. And you call that considerations? Wednesday. Morticia's voice was gentle. Sit down. Wednesday sat. But she didn't look away from Dumbledore. The headmaster was quiet for a long moment. The portraits had stopped pretending to sleep. Fawkes trilled softly, a sad sound. You're right, Dumbledore said finally. I knew the Dursleys were not ideal guardians. I knew Harry would not be happy there. But I still believe, that the protection of the blood wards was worth the cost. Was it worth it? Harry asked. Everyone turned to look at him. He hadn't meant to speak. The words had just come. But now that they were out, he couldn't take them back. Was it worth it? He repeated. 10 years of my life. 10 years of being told I was worthless. 10 years of waiting for someone to save me. He touched his scar. Was it worth it, Headmaster? Dumbledore's eyes glistened. I don't know, he said. I truly don't. Harry looked at him, at the most powerful wizard in the world, at the man who had shaped his life from the shadows, at the grandfatherly figure who had failed him in every way that mattered. "I want to go to Hogwarts," Harry said. "I want to learn magic. I want to understand what happened to my parents. I want to be ready for whatever's coming." Dumbledore's face brightened. "Then you'll. But I won't be your weapon." The brightness faded. "I won't be your tool," Harry continued. "I won't be your prophecy. I won't be the boy who lived that you mold and shape and point at your enemies." He stood up, his hands shaking but his voice steady. "I'm Harry. Just Harry. And if I go to Hogwarts, I go as myself, not as what you want me to be." Dumbledore stared at him. The portraits stared at him. Even Wednesday stared at him, and for once, her expression wasn't blank. It was something else. Something that looked almost like pride. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly, "I never intended. I know what you intended." Harry's voice cracked, but he didn't stop. "You intended to save me from Voldemort. You intended to protect me. But intentions don't matter as much as actions. And your actions left me in a cupboard for 10 years. The room was silent. Fox trilled again, sadder. This time, Dumbledore removed his spectacles and rubbed his eyes. When he looked up, he seemed older. Tired. Human in a way Harry hadn't expected. "You're right," he said. "I failed you. I failed your parents. I've spent decades fighting darkness, and in doing so, I've lost sight of the light." He set his spectacles on the desk. "I can't undo the past. I can't give you back your childhood. But I can promise you this: if you come to Hogwarts, you will be treated as a student. Nothing more. Nothing less. No special treatment? No special treatment." Harry looked at Wednesday. She gave a tiny nod. "Okay," Harry said. "I'll come." The rest of the meeting was about logistics. Dumbledore explained the school year, September 1st to June 30th, with holidays at Christmas and Easter. He explained the houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the sorting ceremony, where a magical hat would determine which house each student belonged to. He explained the classes, the rules, the traditions. The Addamses listened. Wednesday asked pointed questions about the security measures, the anti-dark magic policies, and the procedure for reporting hostile students or professors. Gomez asked about the dueling club and whether lethal spells were permitted. They weren't. Morticia asked about the dress code and whether it was strictly enforced. It was. Grandmama, who had wandered into the office halfway through the meeting, asked about the potions curriculum and whether Professor Snape was as unpleasant as she'd heard he was. Through it all, Harry sat in his chair and watched Dumbledore. The headmaster was charming. There was no denying that. His voice was warm, his smile was kind, and he answered every question with patience and good humor. But Harry had learned to see beneath surfaces. The Dursleys had taught him that, and Wednesday had refined the lesson. Beneath Dumbledore's charm, there was calculation. Beneath his kindness, there was strategy. Beneath his smile, there was something watching. Waiting. Assessing. "He's already planning," Harry realized. "He's already figuring out how to use me." But that was okay. Because Harry was planning too. The meeting ended at dusk. Dumbledore escorted the family to the entrance hall, where the giant oak doors stood open to the evening sky. The lake glittered in the fading light. The mountains loomed in the distance. "I look forward to seeing you on September 1st, Harry," Dumbledore said. "And you as well, Miss Addams." Wednesday said nothing. She just stared at him with those dark, depthless eyes. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but Harry noticed that he didn't try to shake her hand. The family walked to the shore, where the boat waited to carry them back across the lake. Harry paused at the water's edge and looked back at the castle. Hogwarts. His parents' school. His future. "Are you okay?" Wednesday asked. Harry turned to her. "I don't trust him." "Good. But I think I need him." Wednesday nodded slowly. "Trust and need are different things. You can need someone without trusting them. You just have to be careful." "Careful how?" "Careful not to let them know what you really want." She took his hand. Come on. The boat's waiting. They climbed into the vessel, Gomez and Morticia in the back, Grandmama and Pugsley in the middle, Wednesday and Harry in the front. The boat moved across the Black Lake, away from the castle, toward the hearse and the mansion and the life they were building together. Harry watched Hogwarts shrink in the distance. He thought about Dumbledore's eyes, blue and sharp and full of secrets. He thought about the prophecy, the words that had shaped his life before he was born. He thought about Voldemort, the monster who had killed his parents and left a scar on his forehead. And he thought about Wednesday, about her cold fingers wrapped around his, about her dark eyes watching him across the water, about her flat voice, saying, I'll be there. Always. The castle disappeared behind the mountains. Harry turned around and faced forward. Whatever came next, he was ready. The mansion was waiting when they returned. The letters had finally been cleared away, though the foyer still smelled of parchment and magic. Lurch had built a fire in the parlor, and Thing had prepared hot chocolate, the Addams family recipe, which included a pinch of cayenne pepper and a drop of something that made your tongue tingle. They gathered in the parlor, the fire crackling, the shadows dancing. Well, Gomez said, stirring his hot chocolate. That was interesting. Dumbledore is dangerous, Morticia said. Not in the way Voldemort is dangerous, not cruel or violent, but dangerous nonetheless. How? Harry asked. He believes in the greater good. Morticia's dark eyes were serious. People who believe in the greater good will sacrifice anything, anyone, to achieve it. Including children. Like me. Like you? Harry looked into the fire. He thought about the cupboard. About the years of waiting. About the prophecy that had condemned him to a childhood of pain and isolation. Why didn't anyone stop him? He asked. The Ministry. The Wiesengemat. Any of the people who knew where I was. Because they were afraid, Gomez said. Afraid of Voldemort. Afraid of what might happen if the Blood Wards failed. Afraid of the future Dumbledore painted for them. He set down his cup. Fear makes people do terrible things, Harry. Or nothing at all. Which is sometimes worse. I'm not afraid anymore. No, Morticia agreed. You're not. She reached across and took his hand. We won't let him use you, Harry. We won't let anyone use you. You're not a weapon. You're not a prophecy. You're a boy who deserves to be loved and protected and allowed to grow at his own pace. Harry's eyes burned. What if I want to fight? He asked. What if Voldemort comes back, and I want to stop him? What if I choose to be a weapon? Morticia smiled. Then you'll be a weapon of your own making, she said. Not Dumbledore's. Not anyone's. Yours. That night, Harry sat in his room and wrote a letter. Not to Dumbledore. Not to Hogwarts. Not to anyone he knew. To himself. He wrote about the cupboard, the darkness, the fear, the endless waiting. He wrote about the Dursleys, their cruelty, their indifference, their lies. He wrote about the Addamses, their strangeness, their darkness, their love. And he wrote about the future. The war that was coming. The choices he would have to make. The person he wanted to become. When he finished, he folded the letter and sealed it with wax, black wax, stamped with the Addams family crest. Then he placed it in a box beneath his bed, beside the vial of his blood, beside the photograph of his parents. A record. A reminder. A promise. He would never forget where he came from. And he would never let anyone else decide who he would become. Wednesday found him on the roof. She climbed out the window and sat beside him, her legs dangling over the edge, her dark eyes fixed on the stars. You wrote a letter, she said. How did you know? I saw you. Were you watching me? I'm always watching you. Harry smiled. That's not creepy at all. I try. They sat in silence, watching the stars. The mansion breathed around them, slow, steady, alive. The garden glowed in the darkness. The cemetery whispered secrets to the wind. Dumbledore will try to separate us, Wednesday said. At Hogwarts. He'll put us in different houses. Different classes. Different parts of the castle. I know. He'll try to turn you against me. Against the Addamses. Against everything we've taught you. I know. Are you worried? Harry thought about it. He thought about the cupboard. About the years of being alone. About the day Wednesday had found him, the day everything changed. No, he said. Because no matter what Dumbledore does, no matter where he puts us, no matter how hard he tries to tear us apart, you'll find me. Wednesday looked at him. You sound very sure of that. I am. Harry turned to face her. You found me in a cupboard, Wednesday. In a house full of people who wanted to pretend I didn't exist. You heard me when no one else was listening. You came for me when no one else would. He took her hand. You'll always find me. Wednesday was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, carefully, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Always, she whispered. The stars shone overhead. The mansion breathed. And Harry Potter, no longer just a boy who lived, no longer just a boy from the cupboard, but something more, something new, something the world had never seen before. Closed his eyes and smiled. Whatever came next, he was ready. Because he wasn't alone anymore. He had never been alone. Not really. Not since the day a girl with dark braids and darker eyes had pressed her ear against a wall and heard a boy screaming in silence. That was the beginning. And this was just the next chapter. The story wasn't over. It was only just beginning. Chapter 12, The Dark Reputation of the Addams Heir. The rumors started 3 days after the Hogwarts letters arrived. They spread through the wizarding world like fire through dry grass, fast, hungry, and impossible to contain. The Daily Prophet ran the first headline on a Thursday morning, and by Friday afternoon, every witch and wizard in Britain had an opinion about the boy who lived and the strange family who had taken him in. The boy who lived vanishes into shadows, Addams' family revealed as mysterious guardians. The article was long and breathless and full of speculation. It described the Addamses as reclusive, eccentric, and possibly dangerous. It quoted unnamed ministry sources who expressed deep concern about Harry Potter's well-being. It included a photograph of the Addams mansion, taken from a distance, blurry as if the building itself was trying to hide. And it mentioned Wednesday. Wednesday Addams, the eldest daughter of Gomez and Morticia Addams, is described by those who have met her as unnerving, cold, and disturbingly intense. Sources close to the family suggest that the young girl has formed an unhealthy attachment to Harry Potter, and that she may be influencing him in ways that are not natural for a child his age. Harry read the article at the breakfast table, his hands shaking, his face pale. Wednesday sat across from him, reading her own copy, her expression completely blank. They're talking about you, Harry said. They're talking about both of us. They're making you sound like a monster. Wednesday set down the newspaper. I am a monster. No, you're not. I poisoned Pugsley's breakfast when I was 5. That's not. I buried him alive when I was 4. Wednesday. I set fire to the neighbor's house when I was 6 because their dog barked too loudly. She tilted her head. I am a monster, Harry. The difference between me and the monsters in the stories is that I don't pretend to be otherwise. Harry stared at her. He didn't know what to say. So he said nothing. Gomez cleared his throat from the head of the table. The prophet has always had a flair for the dramatic. I wouldn't take it too seriously. They called Wednesday unnatural. They call everyone unnatural. It's their favorite word. Gomez spread marmalade on a piece of black toast. The question isn't whether the rumors are true. The question is how we respond to them. We don't respond, Morticia said. We never respond. The Addams family does not explain itself to the press. But Harry, Pugsley started. Harry is an Addams now. Morticia's voice was gentle but firm. He will learn to ignore the whispers. To rise above the gossip. To be unbothered by the opinions of people who don't matter. Harry looked down at his plate. He had spent 10 years being ignored by the world. Now the world was paying attention, but not to him. To the idea of him. To the boy who lived, the prophecy child, the weapon Dumbledore wanted to shape. And to Wednesday. The girl who had saved him. The girl they were calling a monster. I want to respond, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. I want to write a letter. To the prophet. To tell them they're wrong about Wednesday. He set down his fork. She's not a monster. She's my best friend. Wednesday's expression didn't change. But her hand moved under the table. And found his. The letter Harry wrote was never sent. Morticia explained why, calmly, patiently, the way she explained everything. The prophet doesn't want the truth, Harry. They want a story. If you write to defend Wednesday, they'll twist your words. They'll say she's controlling you. They'll say you're suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. They'll use your kindness against you. That's not fair. No. It's not. Morticia folded the unsent letter and tucked it into a drawer. But fairness is a luxury we can't afford. The Addams family has survived for centuries by being underestimated. By letting people believe what they want to believe. By staying in the shadows while our enemies stumble around in the light. So we just ignore them? We just ignore them. Morticia smiled. And we prepare. Prepare for what? For Hogwarts. For the war that's coming. For the moment when the world realizes that the boy who lived is not the weapon they expected. The rumors didn't stop. If anything, they got worse. By the second week, the prophet had published follow-up articles with titles like Addams' heir, friend or corrupter? And Has the boy W.H.O. lived fallen under a dark influence? Anonymous sources claimed that Wednesday had been seen performing dark rituals in the Addams mansion. Others said she had unnatural powers that allowed her to control minds. One particularly inventive source, likely a rival journalist, claimed that Wednesday was actually a 1,000-year-old vampire who had taken the form of a child to infiltrate wizarding society. Wednesday found that one amusing. 1,000 years old, she said, reading the article aloud. I wish. Think of all the things I could have learned. You'd be dead, Pugsley said. Undead. There's a difference. Harry couldn't laugh. He was too angry. Every day, new rumors. Every day, new accusations. Every day, more people whispering about Wednesday, about her family, about her darkness, about her influence over him. And no one, not one person, was asking what Harry wanted. What Harry thought. What Harry felt. People are afraid of what they don't understand, Wednesday said one night, as they sat on the roof watching the stars. The Addams family has always been misunderstood. It's part of our charm. It's not charming. It's infuriating. Anger is useful. It focuses the mind. She looked at him. But don't let it consume you. The people writing those articles don't know you. They don't know me. They don't know anything. Their opinions are meaningless. They're not meaningless to me. Why not? Harry struggled to find the words. Because they're hurting you. Wednesday was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Words can't hurt me, Harry. I've been called worse things than monster. I've been called freak and weirdo and creep. I've been told I'm unnatural, broken, wrong. She shrugged. Those words are just sounds. They have no power unless I give it to them. How do you not give it to them? By knowing who I am. She reached out and touched his chest, right over his heart. You know who you are, Harry. You're not the boy who lived. You're not the prophecy child. You're not Dumbledore's weapon or the prophet's victim or anyone's puppet. What am I? You're mine. The words were flat, emotionless, but her eyes burned. And I'm yours. That's all that matters. That's all that will ever matter. Harry looked at her, at this strange, dark, impossible girl who had pulled him from a cupboard and shown him the stars. You're not a monster, he said. I know. You're not evil. I know. You're Wednesday. She almost smiled. I know. The third week brought new developments. The ministry announced an official investigation into the Addams family's fitness to care for the boy who lived. Amelia Bones would lead the investigation, the same Amelia Bones who had visited the mansion and left with more questions than answers. Dumbledore released a statement urging calm. The Addams family has done nothing wrong, he said. Harry Potter is safe, happy, and receiving an excellent education in magic. I see no reason for the ministry to intervene. The prophet called Dumbledore's statement concerning, and suggested that the headmaster might be under the Addams family's influence. Harry threw the newspaper across the room. They're insane, he said. All of them. They don't know anything about us, but they're acting like they've known us for years. That's what people do. Wednesday picked up the newspaper and folded it neatly. They fill in the gaps with their own fears and assumptions. It's easier than admitting they don't know something. But why don't they just ask? Why don't they come here and see for themselves? Because coming here would mean facing the unknown. Wednesday set the newspaper on the table. And most people would rather believe a comfortable lie than an uncomfortable truth. Harry sat down heavily. He was tired. Tired of the rumors. Tired of the whispers. Tired of being the center of a story he hadn't asked to be part of. I wish I was invisible again, he said. No, you don't. I do. When I was invisible, no one cared about me. No one wrote articles about me. No one called my best friend a monster. When you were invisible, you were also alone. Wednesday sat beside him. You can't have it both ways, Harry. Visibility comes with scrutiny. Love comes with vulnerability. Safety comes with sacrifice. When did you get so wise? I've always been wise. People just didn't listen. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. Wednesday's lips twitched. That's better, she said. Laughter is the best defense against despair. Who told you that? I read it in a book. It was a book about torture, but the principle holds. The investigation lasted 2 weeks. Amelia Bones returned to the Addams mansion 3 times, each time with more questions, more documents, more demands. The Addamses answered every question calmly, provided every document politely, met every demand with patience and poise. Harry watched from the shadows. He watched Amelia Bones interview Wednesday, the flat answers, the unblinking stare, the way the girl's dark eyes seemed to see right through the older witch's professional composure. He watched Amelia Bones interview Gomez, the charm, the charisma, the way he turned every question into a conversation and every conversation into a victory. He watched Amelia Bones interview Morticia, the elegance, the grace, the way she made the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement feel like a guest in her home rather than an investigator on her territory. And he watched Amelia Bones interview Grandmama, the cackling, the cryptic answers, the way she offered the ministry official a cup of tea that changed colors every time she blinked. When it was over, Amelia Bones sat in the parlor and stared into the fire. You're not what I expected, she said finally. What did you expect? Morticia asked. I expected darkness. Evil. The things the prophet writes about. She shook her head. Instead, I found a family. A strange family, yes. A family that doesn't fit neatly into any box. But a family that loves that boy. He's not just a boy to us, Gomez said. He's our son. I know. Amelia stood. I'll recommend that the ministry close the investigation. There's no evidence of wrongdoing. No evidence of neglect. No evidence of anything except difference. Difference isn't a crime. No. Amelia looked at Harry, really looked at him, the way she had looked at him on her first visit. No, it's not. She left. The investigation closed. The prophet moved on to other scandals. But the rumors didn't stop. They never stopped. The first letter from a stranger arrived on a Monday. It was addressed to the boy who lived, care of the Addams mansion. And it was written in shaky handwriting on cheap parchment. Dear Harry. It read. I don't know if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I'm praying for you. The Addams family is dangerous. They will corrupt you. They will turn you against the light. Please, please, get out before it's too late. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he showed it to Wednesday. She read it once and handed it back. Burn it, she said. What if they're right? What if your family is dangerous? My family is dangerous. That doesn't mean they're evil. She looked at him. Do you feel corrupted? No. Do you feel turned against the light? No. Do you want to leave? Harry looked at the letter in his hands. At the words of a stranger who didn't know him. At the fear and ignorance and genuine concern of someone who had never met him, never spoken to him, never seen the way Morticia kissed his forehead at bedtime, or the way Gomez taught him to sword fight, or the way Pugsley shared his toys without being asked. No, he said. I don't want to leave. Then burn the letter. Harry threw it into the fire. The flames consumed the parchment, the fear, the ignorance, the words of someone who had never taken the time to know the truth. More will come, Wednesday said. Letters like that. People like that. They'll write to you for years, telling you what to think, what to feel, what to do. How do you know? Because they write to me too. She pulled a stack of letters from her dress, dozens of them, all opened, all read. They call me a monster. A demon. A corrupter. They say I've bewitched you. They say I'm planning to sacrifice you to the devil. Harry stared at the letters. You kept them. I keep everything. It helps me remember. She tucked the letters back into her dress. Remember that the world is full of people who fear what they don't understand. Remember that their fear is not my problem. Remember that I am exactly who I am supposed to be, and that is enough. Harry reached out and took her hand. You're more than enough, he said. You're everything. Wednesday looked at him. Her dark eyes were soft as they ever got. Don't let anyone tell you different, she said. About me. About your family. About yourself. I won't. Promise me. I promise. The letters kept coming. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. Some were kind. Some were cruel. Some were desperate pleas from people who believed they were saving Harry's soul. Some were vicious attacks on Wednesday and her family. Some were simply confused, written by people who didn't know what to believe but felt the need to say something. Harry read every letter. Then he burned every letter. He didn't respond. He didn't engage. He didn't give the writers the satisfaction of knowing they had reached him. But he remembered. He remembered every cruel word. Every accusation. Every fear. Not because he wanted to hold on to the pain, but because he wanted to remember who he was fighting for. Wednesday. Gomez. Morticia. Pugsley. Grandmama. Lurch. Thing. The family who had saved him. The family the world called monsters. They weren't monsters. They were his. And he would defend them against anyone, the prophet, the ministry, Dumbledore, Voldemort, the entire wizarding world if necessary. Because that was what family did. That was what love did. That was what Harry had learned in the months since leaving the cupboard. Love wasn't soft. Love wasn't gentle. Love was fierce. Love was protective. Love was the willingness to burn down the world for the people you cared about. Harry had that now. And he would never let it go. The night before the Hogwarts Express departed, Harry stood in the cemetery. He stood before his grave, the one with his name carved into stone, the one that read, "Not yet." He touched the cold marble. "I'm coming back," he said. "I don't know when. I don't know how. But I'm coming back." The cemetery was silent. The yew trees whispered. The stars shone overhead. "Thank you," he said, "for keeping me safe. For giving me a home. For showing me that darkness isn't something to fear." He turned and walked back to the mansion. Wednesday waited for him on the steps. "Ready?" she asked. Harry looked at the mansion, at the spires and gargoyles and windows that glowed with green light, at the garden that writhed with things that shouldn't move, at the family that had taken him in and made him whole. "No," he said. "But I'll pretend until I am." Wednesday nodded. "That's all any of us can do." She held out her hand. Harry took it. Together, they walked into the mansion. Tomorrow, Hogwarts. Tomorrow, the world. Tonight. Tonight they were home. Chapter 13, Diagon Alley turns chaotic. The morning of the Diagon Alley trip dawned grey and cold, the kind of London morning that tasted like rain and smelled like old secrets. Harry stood at the window of the Addams mansion's front parlor, watching the garden writhe in the pale light, his stomach twisting with a mixture of excitement and dread. Today was the day. Today, he would see the wizarding world for the first time. Not through books or photographs or the stories Wednesday told him in the dark. Really see it. Walk through its streets. Breathe its air. Meet its people. People who had been talking about him for weeks. People who had opinions about where he should live, who he should love, what he should become. "Stop overthinking," Wednesday said. From the doorway, Harry turned. She stood in her usual black dress, her braids perfect, her expression blank. But she had added something new, a silver locket around her neck that Harry had never seen before, and a small dagger strapped to her thigh beneath her skirt. "I'm not overthinking. You're staring out the window with your eyebrows scrunched. That's your overthinking face." "I have an overthinking face?" "Everyone has an overthinking face. Yours looks like you're trying to solve a very difficult math problem while also being constipated." Harry laughed despite himself. "Charming! I try." Gomez appeared behind Wednesday, resplendent in a pinstripe suit that looked like it had been designed by someone who had never seen the sun. He carried a leather satchel in one hand and a sword in the other. "Ready, children?" he boomed. "Diagon Alley awaits." "Why do you have a sword?" Harry asked. "Negotiations." Gomez sheathed the sword at his hip. "Goblins respect a man who comes prepared." "Goblins?" "Gringotts Wizarding Bank. We'll be visiting later." Gomez's mustache twitched. "The Addams family has an account there." "Several, actually. Most of them are in negative numbers, but the goblins seem to find that amusing." Harry looked at Wednesday. She shrugged. "Goblins have a strange sense of humor." The journey to Diagon Alley was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. They didn't take the hearse. The streets of London were too narrow, Gomez explained, and the last time they'd tried, they'd caused a 14-car pile-up and been banned from central London for 6 months. Instead, they used the Flynn network, a system of fireplaces connected by green flames that transported people from one location to another. Harry stood in front of the Addams mansion's main fireplace, a handful of glittering powder in his palm, his heart pounding. "The Leaky Cauldron," Gomez said. "That's our destination. Just say it clearly and step into the flames." "The Leaky Cauldron," Harry repeated. "Don't mumble. Goblins hate mumbling." "I thought we were going to Diagon Alley, not Gringotts." "Diagon Alley is behind the Leaky Cauldron. It's the entrance." Gomez stepped into the fireplace and vanished in a flash of green fire. Morticia went next, then Grandmama, cackling, then Pugsley, holding his griffin, which had somehow grown to the size of a small dog. Wednesday took Harry's hand. "Together," she said. "Together." They stepped into the flames. The Leaky Cauldron. The world spun, green and gold and dizzying, and then Harry's feet hit solid ground. He stumbled. Wednesday caught him. And they were there. The Leaky Cauldron was old. That was Harry's first thought, older than anything he'd ever seen, older than the Addams mansion in some ways, because the mansion had been preserved, cared for, kept alive by magic and love. The Leaky Cauldron was simply old. The floorboards creaked. The ceiling sagged. The air smelled of fire whiskey and secrets, and the kind of dust that accumulated over centuries. And it was packed. Witches and wizards filled every table, every booth, every corner. They were drinking and laughing and arguing and reading newspapers that moved. And when Harry stepped through the fireplace, when Wednesday stepped through beside him, her hand still in his, the room went silent. Every head turned. Every eye fixed on Harry's forehead. On his scar. On the boy who lived. That's him. Someone whispered. That's Harry Potter. The Addams boy. He's not an Addams. He is now. Didn't you read the prophet? He looks just like James. Those eyes, Lily's eyes. Harry's hand tightened on Wednesday's. She didn't react. She just stared at the crowd with her dark, blank eyes, daring them to approach, to speak, to do anything other than stare. A short, plump woman bustled forward, her gray hair in a bun, her apron stained with something that might have been soup or might have been something else. Entirely. Harry Potter! She exclaimed. My word, it's an honor. I'm Hannah. Well, everyone calls me Hannah. I run the Leaky Cauldron, or rather, I help run it. My husband Tom used to run it, but he passed away and… She stopped, catching herself. Oh, listen to me prattling. Would you like some tea? On the house, of course. Anything for the boy who lived. No, thank you, Harry said. His voice came out steady. Calm. Wednesday had taught him that, to control his voice, to hide his fear, to present a face that revealed nothing. Hannah blinked, clearly expecting a different response. Well, she said, if you change your mind. We won't, Wednesday said. The silence in the room deepened. Gomez appeared at Harry's other side, his arm around Morticia's waist, his grin wide and sharp. Lovely establishment, he said to Hannah. Very atmospheric. Is the ghost still in room 11? Hannah's face went pale. You know about the ghost? Old family friend. Gomez winked. Give him our regards. He guided the family through the pub, past the staring witches and wizards, toward a back door that led to a small, walled courtyard. Harry didn't look back. But he felt the eyes on him. All the way to the door. The courtyard was empty. Brick walls rose on three sides, covered in ivy and old magic. In the center stood a trash can, unremarkable, ordinary, completely out of place. Gomez approached the brick wall and tapped his wand against a specific stone. The bricks began to move. Not fall, move. They folded inward, shifted sideways, rearranged themselves into an archway that opened onto a street that should not have been there, could not have been there, but was. Diagon Alley. Harry stepped through the archway and into wonder. The street was cobblestone and crooked, lined with shops that leaned against each other like old friends. The windows were filled with things Harry had never imagined, cauldrons that floated, broomsticks that hovered, robes that changed color as you watched. The air smelled of cinnamon and magic and something sweet that might have been chocolate. And the people. Witches and wizards filled the street, walking, talking, shopping, living. They wore robes of every color, hats of every shape, expressions of every emotion. Some walked with owls on their shoulders. Some carried cages of croaking toads. Some simply drifted, lost in their own worlds, oblivious to the boy who had just stepped into theirs. But not all of them were oblivious. As Harry walked, heads turned. Whispers followed. There he is! The Potter boy! With the Addamses! Look at his scar! They say he's been corrupted. Harry's stomach clenched. Wednesday moved closer to him, not touching, but close. Her presence was a wall between him and the whispers, a shield made of silence and shadow. Ignore them, she murmured. How? Pretend they're not there. Pretend they're furniture. Pretend they're ghosts. Most of them will be eventually. Harry almost smiled. They walked down Diagon Alley, the Addamses surrounding him like a strange, dark procession. Gomez pointed out landmarks, flourish and blots for books, Ollivanders for wands, Madame Malkins for robes. Morticia commented on the architecture, the history, the subtle magical defenses woven into every building. Pugsley's griffin hissed at passers-by. Grandmama cackled and offered potions to strangers, most of whom declined. And Wednesday watched. Her dark eyes moved constantly, scanning the crowd, assessing threats, cataloging exits. She was protecting him. Even here, in the heart of the wizarding world, she was protecting him. Harry wanted to tell her she didn't need to. But he knew she would disagree. And he was grateful. Their first stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The shop was small but elegant, filled with bolts of fabric and half-finished robes and mirrors that complemented your reflection no matter what you were wearing. A plump, smiling witch greeted them at the door, Madame Malkin herself, Harry assumed, and her smile didn't waver when she saw the Addamses. "Welcome," she said. "We've been expecting the Potter boy. Such an honor." "The honor is ours," Morticia said smoothly. "We need robes for both Harry and Wednesday. Hogwarts standard, if you please." Of course, of course." Madame Malkin bustled around them, taking measurements with a floating tape measure that tickled. "Black robes with the house trim, though of course we won't know the houses until the sorting." "We'll worry about that later," Gomez said. "For now, standard black will do." The fitting was quick and efficient. Harry stood on a small platform while the tape measure circled his arms, his legs, his chest. Wednesday stood on a separate platform, still as stone, her dark eyes fixed on something Harry couldn't see. "There," Madame Malkin said, stepping back. "The robes will be ready by this afternoon. I'll have them delivered to the Leaky Cauldron." "Thank you," Harry said. Madame Malkin beamed. "Such a polite young man. Not at all what I expected." Harry didn't ask what she had expected. He had a feeling he already knew. The crowd outside Madame Malkin's had grown. Word had spread that Harry Potter was in Diagon Alley. Witches and wizards had gathered, not threateningly, not aggressively, but with a desperate curiosity that was almost worse. They wanted to see him. Touch him. Ask him questions. Take photographs. They wanted a piece of the boy who lived. Harry froze in the doorway. Wednesday moved in front of him, small but immovable, her dark eyes sweeping the crowd. "Back away," she said. Her voice was quiet. Flat. But the crowd heard. And they backed away. Gomez stepped forward, his grin wide and dangerous. "My family and I are here to shop, not to perform. If you'll excuse us." He swept through the crowd, Morticia beside him, parting the witches and wizards like a ship through water. Harry and Wednesday followed. Pugsley and Grandmama behind them. The whispers followed too. But they were quieter now. Afraid. Flourish and Blots was a bookstore. Not a small bookstore, a massive one, shelves upon shelves, stretching up to a ceiling that seemed to disappear into clouds. The books here didn't just sit on shelves, they flew between them, flapping their pages like wings, occasionally landing on the floor with a soft thump. Harry had never seen so many books in his life. "This is amazing," he breathed. Wednesday nodded. "The restricted section is in the back. We're not allowed in there." "Why not?" "Because the books in the restricted section bite." Harry wasn't sure if she was joking. He decided not to find out. They gathered the required textbooks: A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Magical Theory, A History of Magic, and several others whose titles Harry couldn't pronounce. Gomez added a few books of his own, titles like Curses for the Curious and The Art of Poisoning Your Enemies, which he claimed were for light reading. The shopkeeper, a harried-looking man with spectacles and a perpetual frown, didn't comment on the Addamses' purchases. He didn't comment on anything. He just took their money and wished them a good day, his eyes fixed on Harry's scar. Ollivander's was different. The shop was narrow and old, the kind of old that made the Leaky Cauldron look young. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, filled with small boxes that seemed to hum with magic. The air smelled of wood and something else, something ancient, something that remembered things that happened before humans walked the earth. "Mr. Ollivander," Gomez said, raising his voice slightly. "We're here for once." A voice came from the back of the shop, soft, dreamy, old. "I know." A man emerged from the shadows. He was old, very old, with pale eyes that seemed to see through Harry's skin, through his bones, through the scar on his forehead. Harry Potter, Ollivander said. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Harry swallowed. You know me? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every wand chooses its wizard. And I remember. He walked closer, his pale eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. I remember the wand that gave you that scar. The room went cold. Wednesday's hand moved toward her dagger. 13.5 inches. Ollivander continued. You. Powerful. Very powerful. And the brother wand. He reached into his robes and pulled out a long, thin box. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. He opened the box. Inside lay a wand, simple, elegant, waiting. Try it, Ollivander said. Harry reached out. His fingers touched the wand. And warmth flooded through him, not the burning warmth of his scar, not the cold warmth of shadows, but something else. Something that felt like coming home. Curious, Ollivander murmured. Very curious. What is? Harry asked. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And this wand. He took the wand from Harry's hand and placed it back in the box. This wand has been waiting for you for 10 years. He turned to Wednesday. And you, Miss Addams. I have something special for you as well. He walked to a different shelf, pulled down a different box, and opened it. The wand inside was black, blacker than black, like a piece of night sky had been carved into wood. It was thin and elegant, with a handle that looked like bone. Ebony, Ollivander said. 10 inches. Unicorn hair core. Unusual combination. Ebony is usually paired with dragon heartstring or phoenix feather. But unicorn hair, pure, loyal, difficult to turn to dark purposes. Wednesday took the wand. The shop went dark. Not the darkness of night, the darkness of shadow, of absence, of something watching from the corners. The candles flickered. The boxes on the shelves rattled. Then the light returned. Wednesday held the wand in her hand, her expression unchanged. It likes me, she said. I think it loves you. Ollivander replied. The last stop was Gringotts. The Goblin Bank stood at the end of Diagon Alley, white marble and imposing columns, a set of bronze doors guarded by creatures in uniform. Harry had read about goblins, in the books Grandmama gave him, in the histories Wednesday recommended, but reading and seeing were different. The goblins were short. That was the first thing Harry noticed. They were also sharp teeth, sharp noses, sharp eyes that seemed to calculate your worth the moment you walked through the door. Addams, one of the goblins said as the family approached. We've been expecting you. Griphook, Gomez replied, nodding. Good to see you. The goblin, Griphook, didn't smile. Goblins didn't smile, Harry had learned. But something in his expression softened slightly as he looked at the family. Follow me. They descended into the depths of Gringotts, downstairs, through corridors, into a cart that hurtled along tracks through caverns filled with treasure. Harry clung to the edge of the cart, his stomach lurching with every turn, while Wednesday sat beside him completely unaffected. You're not scared? He shouted over the wind. I've ridden worse. Worse than this? My mother's broomstick. Harry decided not to ask. The cart stopped at a vault deep underground, not gold, not silver, but something older. The vault was filled with objects, swords, amulets, books, things that glowed and pulsed and whispered. The Addams family vault, Griphook said. Untouched for 3 generations. Gomez stepped forward and placed his hand on the vault door. It opened. Harry followed the family inside, his eyes wide. The objects here weren't just valuable, they were powerful. He could feel it in the air, in his bones, in the scar on his forehead. This is our legacy, Morticia said softly. Centuries of Addams history. Magic that predates Hogwarts. Secrets that would terrify the Ministry. She turned to Harry. And now, some of it is yours. She led him to a small chest in the corner, wooden, unassuming, covered in dust. Open it, she said. Harry lifted the lid. Inside lay a ring, gold ancient, set with a stone that was black and green and red all at once. It hummed with power, with recognition, with something that felt like family, Morticia said. That ring belonged to Gomez's great-great-grandmother. She gave it to her daughter, who gave it to her daughter, who gave it to me. She took the ring and placed it in Harry's palm. Now I give it to you. Harry stared at the ring. I can't, this is too much. You can. It's not too much. Morticia closed his fingers around the ring. You're an Addams now, Harry. In blood. In magic. In everything that matters. This ring is a symbol of that. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly. And somewhere deep in the vault, deep in the earth, deep in the magic, deep in Harry's chest, something clicked into place. They emerged from Gringotts into the afternoon light. The crowd outside the bank was even larger than before. Witches and wizards pressed against the barriers, shouting questions, waving cameras, desperate for a glimpse of the boy who lived. Harry stood at the top of the marble steps, Wednesday beside him, the Addamses behind him. He looked at the crowd. At the people who had whispered about him, written about him, judged him without ever meeting him. And he spoke. My name is Harry Potter, he said. I'm 11 years old. I'm starting Hogwarts this year. The crowd fell silent. I know you've heard things about me. About my family. He glanced at Wednesday. I know some of you are scared. Some of you are curious. Some of you have already decided what I am. He stepped forward. But I'm not the boy who lived. I'm not a prophecy. I'm not a weapon. I'm just a boy who wants to learn magic and make friends and maybe. He paused. Maybe find out who I really am. He turned and walked back into Gringotts. The crowd didn't follow. No one followed. Except Wednesday. She always followed. That was brave, she said quietly. It was stupid. Brave and stupid are the same thing, most of the time. Harry looked at her, at this strange, dark girl who had changed everything. Thank you, he said. For being here. Where else would I be? I don't know. Anywhere else. There is nowhere else. She took his hand. There's only here. Only now. Only us. Harry squeezed her fingers. The crowd outside was still silent. But somewhere in the back, someone started clapping. Then someone else. Then everyone. Harry didn't turn around. He didn't need to. He had finally said what he needed to say. And the world, for the first time in his life, was listening. Thank you?